is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's is giving you the chance to win a trip to the UK to experience one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuels since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Well, good morning and welcome to Sydney Dragway. All of you drag racing lovers, thank you for joining us here at the track in Western Sydney and online. We've got the YouTube live stream up and running, so thank you for joining us from wherever you are. My name's Pat Elliott. We're here for another Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions, which lets everyone bring their street cars down to Sydney Dragway and test what they've got. Today I'm joined by Les Minkelhorst. Les, thanks for joining me today.
Thanks very much, young Pat. It's great to be here, especially on a race car day.
Yes.
And it's a great initiative on the track's behalf of providing this sort of event on the weekend. Not everybody can make it after work, or they've got other things to do. The last thing you want to do is come here and sort of like get all hyped up to go racing, but on the weekend it's a lot different. I'm more relaxed. All the other drivers I know, I'll see a couple of them out there, they're all just talking and chatting as we watch these two cars go down. But yeah, glad to be here, mate.
Yes,
absolutely glad to be
We're,
here.
we've been here a couple of times recently. So yesterday we spent a good 12 or so hours here with the track championships, which was great to see.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that.
We just see that Holden Ute head on down the track, 15.08, with a passenger on board, which is great to see. If you are here at the track and you would like to ride along with your friends in their car, you can get a passenger ticket, which is good to see. That FG G6E, I think it was, didn't look real happy after the 60 foot there. So, but it hasn't dropped anything on the track, and it's made its way off the track. So maybe it just hit some sort of safety cut or something odd there as it was heading down. I'm sure they'll get back and reset. Go from there.
Yeah, well, taking a look at the next two combatants here, that the more I look at it, I think the more correct. Bush is used to pommy cars.
Yeah.
They're little mobile Exxon Valdez's. They keep on dropping oil everywhere.
Yeah. That's right. Hey, if it's dropping oil, it means it's got it.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad thing. We've got what looks like an Audi A5 in the Aeroflow lane lined up, and then we'll have to get some clarification, but we think maybe it's a Ford Prefect delivery van or possibly a Hillman, you thought?
Yeah, I thought it was a Hillman Husky.
Yep, Hillman Husky. So let's have a look and see what it's got, but it's not getting along too bad for a car that probably would have had 10 horsepower out of the factory.
You don't know how close to the truth you are, because the Pommies used to have horsepower ratings. They'd go, Austin 10 had 10 horsepower.
Yep, there you go. So 12.06 with a 4 at 114 mile per hour for the Audi in the Aeroflow lane, and the delivery van 15.32.
Wow, this reminds me of the good old days at Canberra International Dragway. We had a lot of street meetings because there was the big meetings were pretty few and far between. And Canberra being the not the ideal climate in the wintertime for any action, but in the summertime, boy, the crowds came up. It was a regular
back out
try.
of it.
Ooh,
yeah, it gets a little bit crazy. All right, that Sora there's got plenty of power on board, and it got away with a bit of boost and a lot of wheel spin. And as much as people would like to drive their way out of wheel spin on the street, it's not a great idea to do it here at the track. So,
No.
But nonetheless, he's gathered it up and made it on through there, and the FDRX7 got through cleanly too.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, looks like you're one of the prancing horses over there on in your lane there, the Aeroflow lane there, Pat.
That's a 458 Ferrari, 458 Italia. The gentleman has the matching number plates to suit.
Ah, okay. Oh, well, that's a bit of a giveaway.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Easiest thing, there's two models that are very, very similar from the outside, and it's the 458 and the 488, as we should try and listen to that Ferrari that goes down the track.
Wow, he's rattling through the cogs there. He's not sparing the horses. 1168
at 123 miles per hour. Not bad for a 4.5 litre V8.
Yeah.
Yeah, 458 and 488. The easiest way to tell the difference between the two, the 488 being turbocharged V8, the 458 being naturally aspirated. Yep. There's big vents on the side of the 488.
Is there?
To let the air through to the intercoolers for the turbo system. So that's the cue when you're trying to pick the difference.
Rightio.
On the outside, but there was a pretty sporty XR6 turbo in the rocket lane there as well. So we'll see if he can work on a bit more boost off the line. But this fella in the Tiffany blue, BA looks like, has figured out the short track by the looks of things. It's got away pretty cleanly. Nothing more in that. Only 76 miles per hour. I think there's a big lift.
Yeah, perhaps well, he wouldn't need to worry with the roll cage rules.
Well, it depends whether or not he's got the real street license. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So, and depending on the age of it, but it certainly should qualify for Real Street B, which if you purchase the Real Street B license with that sort of vehicle, you can come and race down to 950 or 149.9 miles per hour without having to worry about a cage.
Oh, right, yeah, it's okay.
So what that HQ, by the looks of it, in the rocket lane was boogieing.
1048.
1048, and a nice reaction time as well, 095.
Very
good one on the tree.
Yeah.
The A90 Supra in the Aeroflow lane runs through for a 1261 with a 5.
Still very respectable.
Yes, absolutely. That's a fast street car.
Yeah.
It's easy to forget about how a car feels on the road when we just look at the numbers all day.
Yeah.
You'll see 10 second, 9 second, 8 second, blah, 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 and then something runs at a 12 and you go, oh, it's slow. But I'm pretty sure if you gave it the full welly off the lights, it would probably, get your attention.
Yeah, well, you're dead right, because some of these guys now, cars that do 12s or 11s and 10s, you're wondering, like that Ferrari there, beautiful machine.
Yep, absolutely beautiful. Yep.
You wonder if they've got the air conditioning on.
I certainly would on the way back.
Especially in summertime. But
that was a quick little Golf there, Golf R in the Aeroflow lane, 1069 with a 131 miles per hour. It's not exactly a little shopping trolley.
No, this is what I like about coming to these street meets. You see all these street gear cars, and it's the proper place to race.
Yes,
for a start. And it's astonishing some of the times and speeds these cars get.
This little Capri making his way down the Aeroflow lane up against the Ladder FG supercharged GT.
Look at Ted there running tens like
straight into the tens this morning.
Yeah.
All right, so that was 1069 and 1196 for the FG. A pair of HSVs down here. VE and VF.
Okay, which one's the F?
The F is in the rocket lane.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Well, Gen F they called it.
Right. See, that's where I get bamboozled with these sorts of shapes and things like that, particularly with Holdens.
A lot of wheel spin off the line for the red VE in the Aeroflow lane, but the VF has gotten away very cleanly. Down there, he's head on through for an 11.13 at 122. The VE must have left early. It's red light.
Yeah.
No time on the boards.
Yeah. I was talking to a couple of the competitors last night at the presentation. A couple of the guys I know, and particularly some of them that I know really well. That they said that there was a lot of trans brake failure
yesterday,
and that's why they were rolling through.
That's what it seemed like it. Yeah, Yeah, surprising because it's a pretty simple bit of machinery.
Yeah.
Basically a solenoid, but like everything electronic, they wear out or they have grades every now and again.
Yeah.
Steve Nightingale there, seeing the Ford Falcon. That was a really nice pass, 10.98, 123 for his first hit off the trailer, or possibly he drove it in. Check out the Mercedes E55 wagon down there. It's just done the biggest burnout we've seen this morning. Yeah, we'll have to get him involved with Sydney Euro Motor Festival. That'll be here on the 28th of June. It's going to be a huge day of drag racing, roll racing, show and shine, plenty of traders. So check out.
Oh yeah, of course.
Check out the website for that. That's Sydney Euro Motor Festival here at Sydney Dragway, aimed at exactly that type of vehicle. And it's no slouch either, the big Merc long roof. But that VN Caprice in the Aeroflow lane is not exactly slow either.
No.
1230s for both of them. That's I think if you looked at those two cars parked in the car park, you probably wouldn't expect them to A, run as fast as they did, and B, run the same times.
Yeah, look at that, 12s. I was just harking back to what it took back in the old days. If you had a 14-second car, street car, it was quick.
Oh yeah, yep,
You know?
absolutely. Well, it's not too long ago that factory high performance models did run 14s.
Yeah.
I mean, that was and higher. We had, like when the BAs and the VZs and things, an SS or something like that, they'd run a mid 14.
Yeah, So, but it's just off the cuff. You don't have to do much to them. They talk about flash tunes and putting this in and putting that in. It's all electronic.
Yeah.
Like there was a guy, as we see these two go down, and it's getting in the rocket weights run a 1303, and in the Aeroflow lane a 1518. If you just sort of a bit hard on, like I am, reading the yellow signs, we're doing a bit of testing here with the coloured lights. So you see them come up in the green. There's the Falcon that went really well.
Pretty subtle four-door.
Yeah.
It's running a 10-second pass.
Wow.
I like it.
Look at that, 11:39.
Yep.
Astounding.
Nice. All right, it's a bit of sort of up your alley, Les, the Jeep down there. It's probably got a Hemi in it.
Yep. Yeah, I do like the. I tell you what, they had an ad in America. Out here they don't have ads that show cars going over the speed limit. Yeah. Well, the Yanks come out. I downloaded a couple, and the Trackhawk. Then there was a Dodge Durango, which is another SUV type of thing, but it's a very bulky car. And there's a Dodge Charger that goes down the centre of the road, and these two cars come in sideways and then follow it down there. Oh,
like it used to be.
Yeah.
Before we just turned into an interstate. Yeah, I get you. Big launch from the Jeep down there. I'm guessing it's a Trackhawk. It's pretty stout. It's certainly leading the way for that SS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. So, and a quick jab on the pigs for the big four-wheel drive. So a 12.0 at 93 and a 13.0 at 106 for the VY in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, those big Jeeps, I guess it's like the BMX5s and the equivalent of the other European models. They scale in at about 2,200 kgs.
Oh, if not more. Yeah. The X5s and whatnot these days are heading towards 2.5, 3 tons.
Are they?
There's just so much of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, you look at the brakes and other things as well. They're huge, enormous.
They're bigger than dinner plates. I mean, 3 people could eat off. And the size of the disc, there's only about that much.
Not a lot of space. Yeah, you've got to run a 21-inch wheel to clear the brakes.
Yeah.
So it's pretty surprising. All right, next pairing, we've got convertible Mustang in the Aeroflow lane up against the Bowls Club Special, but a slight departure from how that Crusader would have left the factory. It's getting out pretty cleanly. A 184 60 foot's pretty nice. I'm assuming it's a 1 or a 2J with a A340 transmission behind it. The Mustang has got there first because obviously it left a lot earlier. 13.34, but 11.16 for the Crusader. Looks like it's probably got a bit more in the back pocket.
Yes.
Short track.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing. They usually call those Crusaders and things like that, grandpa cars. But I happened to have a coming out of Mittagong there near the swimming pool, going up the hill next to the golf course. My 3000 GT, the gauge went straight to boiling.
Oh, okay.
And it built up. Oh, that's steady. Yeah.
Right, 052 reaction time for the racer in the Rocket Lane. Sorry, I'm used to looking at the names from yesterday at the track championship. We've got all the driver details and everything.
Yeah, it could be like Fred Nurk or something. Yeah. And there's probably a Fred Nurk around somewhere. Yeah, there's that. Big brakes and stuff like that.
Very nice. All right, a couple more Holdens down here. This I think it's a VX in the in Aeroflow lane. Looks pretty wild. It's got sort of a wide body kit on the back there and some bigger flares, and it's got a big reverse cowl on the front. So something interesting going on there. Gets away pretty cleanly. VE.
Oh, look at
I think it is in the Rocket Lane. It's a bit of a surprise package too, but both of them starting to haul the mail.
Oh,
995 straight off the trailer at 145 mile per hour for the VE and a 1066 at 140 for the VX there. So, so the VE is the one to beat so far. He's probably going to have the IHRA folks have a chat to him on the way back down. So 145 mile per hour is heading towards where we need one of those real street licenses.
Yep.
Okay, so another Tirana and a VF in the Rocket Lane. We've got an 11.171 at 120 for the Tirana and a 12.48 at 113.
Yeah, it's really motoring up. I just imagine sort of like putting those things into cruise control on the highway, how it must be tempting just to sort of put the foot down just a little bit more, but they seem to be very, very responsible.
Yes.
And they're at the right place to race.
Absolutely. All right, next up we have, looks like Agro WB down there in the Aeroflow lane, green WB Holden Ute. And I think the number is EcoBoost on the Mustang down there, which is the 4-cylinder.
Is it?
Yes.
Did they make an EcoBoost 6?
They do in the States, but they didn't bring it here.
Oh, okay. Was it was probably a V configuration?
V6, yeah. V6 turbo, yeah. So gets away pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
That sounds like a V8.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It's not. It's not the 4-cylinder in that Mustang. It's quite a quick one too. 13.0 with a fair bit of limiter action off the start there. So
that's really quick if it's a like a 4-cylinder, isn't it?
No, it'll be it sounded like a V8.
V8.
Yeah, definitely. But that's all right.
Yeah.
The number plates can be a bit deceiving sometimes.
Well, I can't read them. If it was ICU and something else after it, I wouldn't know what the guy was on about.
That's all right. Okay, beautiful HQ in the Rocket Lane, was it? No.
Oh, that's who I thought it was.
Very similar to thought it was, but I don't think it was. So.
Yeah. No, it had a sort of a white number plate and it had a letter at the end.
Like a historic or a club plate or something like that.
Rego plate,
That's all right. That cool hot rod in the Aeroflow lane was a pretty tidy thing as well.
Yeah, but it bogged down at the, around just before the 1,000-foot mark. Oh, parachute on the street.
I believe it came here. So that's not too much of an issue. But here we go, 941 with a 6 at 144 miles per hour for that Holden in the Aeroflow lane. Very nice, and a 1370 at 75 miles per hour for the Rocket lane. As always, I mentioned it when we started the broadcast, but thank you very much for everyone tuning in on the YouTube live stream, Sydney Dragway official.
Yes, I've got to mention them. So welcome one and all. If you're listening, watching,
plenty of people on today, and a couple of familiar faces or familiar names that we can see. Mike Sampson from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh, Mike, I'll be there in about a month in Knoxville. I'm flying into Knoxville this time, and but I'm going to Sevierville there, Mike.
There you go. Well, Mike, maybe you can meet up for a cold
that'd be
beverage
nice.
Yeah. So that's there. We've got Itchy Punk Biker from UK, I believe, and plenty of other. Shane Beacon's always on. Yes, you can. There's a couple of fellas there that have commented that it's a little bit tricky to see the timing boards. We're aware. We're working on it. We will get that sorted soon. You'll notice that there's a couple of different colours out there, so we're just trying what is the best combination for daytime and nighttime racing.
Yeah.
It's been a bit more figuring out than we thought.
Well, yeah, but it's good that they're doing it, because at some places, like I go to a lot of places, 8-mile strips in the US, and the lights are real faded and stuff like that. So
yes.
they're good as they're you've got them to be guided by. Brian out of Sydney, so season regular here. It was yesterday.
Absolutely, plenty of the dialed-in racing crew here again, and the VK in the Rocket Lane looks like it's got a lot of potential there. So, but it has possibly also left a little bit of something on the line, on the start line. So we're just going to hold on to Sammy Joe Johnson there in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, gee whiz, she's around for another bat.
Yep. Okay, a bit of fuel, so might have just come out of the filler neck or something along those lines from the VK. But yeah, it looks like it's got a lot of potential. It's a turbo combination, but didn't look like it wanted to hold on the foot brake down there. So we'll see a bit more potential there. But Eden Abella in the Aeroflow lane, another regular here at the Track Champs, and was competing yesterday. In his VZ Commodore Ute, I believe it is. Just give them both the commentators first. Red lights on the tree down there. Not that it matters. We're not in competition here, but
No, that's right. So
10:09 for Eden Abella down there. That's got to be heading towards a PB for Eden.
I was going to say, yesterday he was unfortunately getting towards the semis and things like that. He was red hot.
Yep.
But he didn't quite make it. But that car was progressing, sort of all day long.
Yep, absolutely.
Through qualifying and through actual elimination. So. But it's good to see them turn around. That just goes to show, they instead of racing in a back street or something like that, day after day, one day's competition, the other day's just
a bit of practice. A bit of fun. The Stutchery boys heading down there. Brett in the Aeroflow lane and Corey in the Rocket lane. So Corey Stutchery came away with the win yesterday in Super Street.
Certainly did. It was really good.
Plus fuels. Yeah, it was great. Great to see those guys getting on through there. So 1080s, and I think it was an 11 for Corey.
Yeah, they had a few mates of theirs. Well, the car that was runner-up to Corey, they're just down the back and close, a bunch of fellas down there. They were passing each other's compliments on during the presentation. It was great.
Excellent. All right, so a nice pair of bikes pulling up to the line. Looks like a Harley, maybe a breakout or something. It's very hard to pick bikes from behind up here, but I can certainly pick the Ducati 916. Just a little stall on the start line there in the Rocket Lane. Beautiful bike, easy enough to see. I'm not sure what it is. This next bike that's just starting the Burnout there. It sounds like a Suzuki, possibly.
Well, it sounds like when you have a look at his preparation in the Burnout box there's a lot of motorcyclists, particularly the junior drag bikes. They were one leg on the ground or two legs just swaying the bike backwards from side to side, scream wiper style.
Trying to heat up the whole
surface
of the tyre.
I
think it looks like Suzuki GSXR from what I can see on the cameras there. It's got an extended swing arm and it is moving. So 892 at 154 miles per hour. Thank you very much. Modern street bikes are no joke. Can someone just give that fella a business card for the track championships as well? He should probably be here next month.
Next month, yeah. ASAP. Oh, gee, that's a really quick bike. he had his act together before he got away from the up to the 60-footer. He was already tucked in and very purposeful looking.
Very cool. All right, so that FG Falcon is back out again. Looks like it's had a bit more of a full pass this time. 1960 foot, which is heading in the right direction for those cars. A 1348 at 109 mile per hour. So we've got no idea what mods are involved with that, but
No.
it's a little bit quicker than a standard one.
Yep.
But the mile per hour sort of fading off towards the top end there. One thing that a lot of people maybe don't understand, or they can experience maybe a slower ET or less mile per hour than they think when they come to the track for the first time, is they think they've crossed the line, but they haven't. So a lot of people lift because they think they've got to it, or they see the boards coming up and they think they're next to the boards, so they'll lift. And because it's a big, heavy street car, you wash off a lot of speed, you know, in only a short amount of time, which is quite surprising. So if you're here and you're going to run down the strip, it's really important to remember when you're running down there, on the inside of the walls, if you look left and right, there's some yellow and black stripes, and that's where the finish line is. But the easiest way is you want to stay on the gas, stay full throttle all the way past the timing boards. Don't try and see your own time. You'll get a ticket when you come back through at the timing. If you run all the way through, you want to make sure you're on the gas until you pass the finish line, not before it, because then you're just giving away time. Giving away mile per hour, giving away ET. So always good to remember, or just a little tip that I like to let a lot of people know. When I very first came to the drag strip and I raced my XR6 Turbo, I did that the first couple of times. I went, wow, I thought it was going to be, you know, like there's another car here, and I was ahead of him, and blah, blah, blah. And another racer said, "You're lifting early." I went, "Oh, okay." I felt like an idiot. Because I thought, you know, like everyone thinks they know exactly what they're doing. I can drive a car and know what I'm doing. But it was just one of those things where you think you're there, so you back off, and maybe you're not familiar with how far you've got to brake, which is plenty. So very important to stay on the gas straight past those boards. Once you know you're past the boards or the yellow and black stripes on the walls, then you can get on the brakes. And slow down there. So.
Now, gee, that makes a lot of sense, Pat.
1075 with an 8 at 130 miles per hour for that Toyota Sora or Lexus SC300 or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, yep. Different names in different continents, things like that. The Ferrari's back against the little British car. Looks like a little noddy car.
That's it. Right. Sounds like the Ferrari had a bit of launch control happening there, which is cool to see. If you've paid for the car, you want to use all of it. So it's a great reason to bring it out to Sydney Dragway and see really what it's got. Another 1185 at 122. 1498 at 95 for the little delivery van.
Well, we're up to 53 cars. So what an extraordinary! Is that a Ford factory colour there in the Aeroflow lane?
No, I don't believe it was an option from the factory in the Aeroflow lane, mate. Tiffany blue. It's definitely gone for a bit of an aftermarket wrap or paint job. I'm not sure.
Okay.
On that one, but the colour in the rocket lane certainly was. I think it was Velocity. They called that.
Yes, there was a lot. Just a single word like I'm respraying my GT3000 in red diamond, which is a Mitsubishi colour. But you know, there's
a very appropriate name for a Mitsubishi. Red diamond.
Not diamond red, it's red diamond.
Absolutely. All right. Here's this quick little Golf R again. It's up on the launch control. Gets away clean with 1760 foot. Very nice. It's going to lead the whole way home from that A90 Supra in the rocket lane.
It's storming.
1057 at 131. So very impressive.
Wow. I'd better keep an eye out for that. Even down Canberra way, we get you see these guys. You pull up at the lights, and the guy in front of you, all you can see is a vanishing point where he's headed for, and you think, gee, that guy's didn't look that fast standing still.
No, not at all.
But when they take off, gee, you really get to look up there. It's trying to hoik that left front wheel up. It's a Falcon of some sort.
Falcon, maybe an XR or something else. Okay, and the Audi, I think it was an S5, 132 at 115 mile per hour to a 1293 at 104 for the old Falcon.
Right. Well, when our esteemed projectionist there,
projectionist,
he would
keep that crank ankle spinning, mate. We've got to keep the video rolling.
Yeah. When we had
big hop. Sorry,
with that Tirana.
That Tirana, yeah. He's banging the gears down there. don't want to be his differential.
No. I don't want to come back as one either. Look at that charger goes through there. It's 1364 at 100.76. Yeah, let's see. If you can get a street car. Whoa! Did you see that?
Big backfire out of the Chev down there. It sounds like it's got a big supercharged combination. Might have just hit the limiter and bit of overfueling. In the pipe.
Yeah, look, complete MIT Venetian blinds.
Yeah, Pro HG in the rocket lane. It looks pretty tough. He's just rolled through the beams there. We'll just bring him back a little bit. Keep coming all the way back. And
Greg.
You'll see Greg pointing back further, even though he's in the beams there. We've got to, so that the timing system recognises that the car is in properly.
Yes.
We've got to bring pre-stage first, then full stage. So, a little cherry on the tree for the Chev in the Aeroflow lane, but no big deal. It's not competition racing here. It's away pretty cleanly. Ooh, another big puffs of black smoke all the way down the track from both 1087 for the Pro HG to a 1230 for the Chev.
Wow, there's some decent cars here. Some decent point A to point B travellers.
Certainly, we've got the HQ back, and if it's not a HQ and it's some other H, I apologise, but that's what it looks like from here. Killer 496 is the number plate. It's certainly got some mumbo, so I dare say 496 is the cubic inches. 016 reaction time, so again, Johnny on the tree there. 1092 with a 3 at 128, but the bit that we missed is the 1090 from the little LJLC Tirana.
Yes.
Big in there, who's having a big wander over to the left lane for some reason in the braking area.
Yeah, well, that's very unusual. It's usually after a car's hit the wall or something that it's over the other side.
Yeah.
Look at these two.
Way over there. But anyway, nonetheless, we're off for the next pairing. That VE HSV has made its way down the track pretty handsomely. 1163 with a 5 at 124.
And that ute must have rolled through.
Yeah.
Another trans brake issue.
Yeah. Early leave. It can happen. We've seen interesting things happen with gearboxes in the past, where it can be something as simple as it can be something as simple as a wiring used for the trans brake solenoid is just too small a gauge, for example, or maybe not a solid ground. For the switch, can be maybe a dodgy switch. You can even have, in cases, because the trans brake is, for those that don't know, a trans brake effectively locks first gear and reverse gear at the same time, so they're working against each other to stall the engine up against it, and that's how you get that load. So you've got to activate the trans brake button, activating reverse gear. That's the simplest way. We can say it.
Yeah.
But if, say, for a turbo 400 gearbox, for example, TH400, if it doesn't have the right fluid level, if the fluid's a little low, then reverse doesn't always engage.
Ah, okay.
So it can be something as silly as that, where it might be okay, it might be doing everything it's fine, everything it should, but then you put both of the gears, so then you've got fluid flowing through two parts of the valve body.
Okay.
All of a sudden there's not quite enough.
Yeah.
And it's not holding properly. Or it might hold fine if you're just sitting there.
Yeah.
But then when you try and load it up with 3,000 or 4,000 RPM, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
So all of this leads back to maintenance, vehicle maintenance. Check your car over before you come to the track. We want you to have a great day, and having a car that's well maintained and all the levels are correct and your catch can is empty and all that sort of thing leads to you having a better day.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's sound advice for those for the people out there listening. We hope you're gathering some information here. I thought I knew everything this morning when I woke up, but sitting next door to Pat, now I know everything.
It's all right, Les. I'm just pretending. So that's fine. All right, another killer burnout from the big E55 wagon down there, and an 051 reaction time. It's very nice for the big car. 5-speed auto, I think, in those. Yeah, it's pretty sporty. 1247 at 112 miles per hour.
Yes, I was at a drag strip in Florida, and a guy had a white E55, but it was a manual.
Okay.
And
manual.
Yeah, a manual, and it was it ran 1030s.
Wow.
Yeah, 1030s. Yeah, I'll say. I don't know if what's an E55, is that 5.5 litres or?
Yeah, it was a 5.4.
Was it?
I think in that era, yeah.
He might have had a 6.3 in it.
Could have, but they're supercharged as well.
Yeah.
So it could have had a big pulley or small pulley.
Small pulley, so it's mid, yeah.
Yep. But, yeah, that's definitely moving.
Yeah, I'll say I was astounded. And the guy kept coming back time after time after time. And nothing happened.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, fantastic. I thought, gee, like what an absolute sleeper.
Yeah, there's a lot of, because the entry price is always quite high, there's a lot of hesitation maybe to lean on those Euro engines in some cases. It's back half mile per hour.
Look at it.
It drives around the Tirana. Oh no, actually the Tirana got there first. I'm sorry. Yeah. 1086, but a 10086 for the VE on that one.
Yeah, big top end charge. What we like to see that to a lot of these blokes. Well, to me, like it's fun coming here because when we have the Christmas party and things that they open up the track. But the best thing about you have fun and say, oh gee, dude, that car's quick if he passes you and things like that. But it's the time card that's the truth teller.
That's right.
So
that's right.
When I was doing a bit of drag racing, especially at Canberra International Dragway, always had a time slip in the glove box.
Yep.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah.
So
Like people say
your license.
Yeah. Yeah. I did show the cops, the police, but I've only been booked twice.
Yeah.
A whole lot.
Got away with it, mate.
Oh well, yeah, and that's through a lot of it is say don't give me a lecture, just give me the ticket. And so, because they're young blokes, young constables,
yeah, you can have a bit of
trying to make their put their stamp.
All right, that little hot rod in the Aeroflow lane was out of the gas really early. It's pretty sporty. The number plate on it was 350. I'd love to know what engine it's got in it now if it doesn't have a 350 anymore.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't know. I know a 5.7 LS. Is there also a 5.3?
Yes, there's a 5.3 in that was mostly in like pickup trucks and whatnot in the US.
In the US,
there's a 4.8 as well.
4.8 as well,
which is in the smaller, like light duty, what they would call truck.
Right. Yeah.
And delivery vehicles, like those big box vans.
Oh,
UPS deliveries and things like that.
Yeah.
They had 4.8s in them. Some, I think, of the SUVs like the Tahoes and whatnot had 4.8s or 5.3s. So 5.7 LS1 and 6 litres, 6.2s, and now we're going through all the LT engines, which are direct injected.
Right.
So very similar architecture, but a lot of changes inside, a lot of changes to oiling and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, direct injection is probably the biggest change on those.
Yes, my son and I pulled up when we were overseas last year. Pulled up next to a Tahoe. Oh, 000.
000 reaction
time. It's a little white Tirana.
Whoa, that's a big, unfortunately, a big accident for the Mustang down there. All right, everyone, just stay where you are. Thank you very much. We'll let the Sydney Dragway crew get down there and make sure that that driver is all okay. Unfortunately, just lost a bit of traction on the way out there, which is a bit of a shame. We didn't exactly see how that progressed, but unfortunately, a lot of time here at the track, when you do get a lot of wheel spin and you stay into the gas, you end up with a lot a lot of wheel speed, which makes it really tricky to control. So for your safety, your vehicle's safety, and everyone else's, if you do have a lot of wheel speed out of the hole, just roll off. You can have another pass. But I have seen the door open on that Mustang, so it looks like that the customer, or the driver, I should say, will be okay. Yeah, making way out of the car under his own power, which yeah, he's going to be quite upset about that, which is completely understandable. But as long as he's safe, that is the most important thing. Cars can be fixed and replaced, people not so much. So we're very happy that he's all safe, and unfortunately, that's a sad-looking Mustang. But
yeah. But
all right. Well,
yeah.
we might, while the crew have got a bit of time to tidy that up and make sure that the racing surface is clean and that Mustang's recovered, we might jump off to a few ads from the track sponsors, and we'll be right back here for Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions at Sydney Dragway.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at Sydney Dragway, we do have an extended delay vehicle stricken on the track down there. Just once again, a call out. If there are any tilt trays here at Sydney Dragway down in the pits, Sydney Dragway tilt trays, if you can make yourself known to the track staff, that would be a great help in getting this vehicle retrieved quicker. We will use the go jacks and get it moved, but we will need to retrieve the vehicle. So a tilt tray would be excellent if there is one down in the pits area. Thank you very much.
New Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. performance. It isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's is giving you the chance to win a trip to the UK to experience one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's is giving you the chance to win a trip to the UK to experience one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
at Sydney Dragway. We would just like to say a big thank you very much for your patience. Of course, we've had a bit of an incident on track, so had a bit of an extended clean-up, but that is still ongoing. We're almost there. Car is making its way off the track at the moment, but we thought we'd just give you a bit of an update. We've got some amazing events coming up here. So, of course, today is the Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions. And next Friday, or this coming Friday, is Good Friday Burnouts. So, Les, I'm sure you're a fan of all things Burnouts, mate. You'll be right up on top of it.
Yes.
You've seen some of the machinery that turns up here to Sydney Dragway, have you not?
Yep. Oh, well, it's either here or at the Burnouts. I worked extensively at the Burnouts for about 15 years.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Burnouts and the processes and some of the masterful driving that's carried out during these competitions.
Yep.
And and it draws crowds.
There's certainly an art to it, that's for sure. So if you want to see your favourite Burnout artist down here on the Sydney Dragway Burnout pit, make sure you get on down to Sydney Dragway on Friday, Good Friday, the 18th of April, to see a bunch of pro Burnouts and all your favourite personalities ripping up the pad. Shortly after that, we'll head into a test and tune. So Saturday, the 26th of April, the following weekend, is going to be a test and tune. That's your opportunity to get your car out here. So a licensed race car is only for licensed cars. It's not for street cars. Test and tune is your opportunity to get out here, have a prep to track competition style track that will allow you to get plenty of test passes in, gather plenty of data, test out a new combination. And it will be your last opportunity before the Nitro Champs. So if you are looking to enter Nitro Champs on the 2nd of 4th of May, the test and tune here at Sydney Dragway on the 26th of April will be your last opportunity. So get in there because they're going to be closing those entries very, very shortly. And as mentioned, that will then bring us into the 2nd to the 4th of May. Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. It's going to be a double header of Nitro, top fuel dragsters and Nitro funny cars. 6-foot flames up over the top of the cars, screaming down the Sydney drag strip at over 300 miles per hour. We're also going to have top door slammer, top fuel motorcycle. We've got Aeroflow sportsman races, pro stock, pro alcohol, pro mod, pro stock motorcycle.
Oh, enough.
There's so many pro categories, as well as our wonderful Aeroflow Sportsman National Series that will be running here. So you'll see all your local favourites and the national races that everyone loves to see here at Sydney Dragway, the 2nd to the 4th of May. That's the Nitro Champs. Big thanks to NDRC for putting that on. And then, not to forget, we mentioned it earlier today. We saw that quite amazing Golf R and the E55 wagon. They might be getting a few test hits in for the Sydney Euro Motor Festival, which is going to be on the 28th of June. It's a rescheduled event. It was supposed to be back in March, but of course the weather gods had different ideas for that event, so it's been rescheduled. The promoter's been working really hard and is going to be bringing you a huge day of European-based roll racing, drag racing, show and shine, trade stands, corporate facilities, and plenty of food trucks with a ton of sponsors. So Sydney Euro Motor Festival, proudly supported by Precision Racing, and the show and shine is hosted by XPEL Vehicle Wraps. We've got a ton of sponsors on there as well, just a few that I can see: Mod Direct, Flow Sports, WASC Performance, Euro Customs, Sydney Premium Detailing, Detail Lab, Eurospec Core, GFB, Carbon Auto House, and Joan Performance Garage. So it's going to be a huge day with all of your Euro-style cars out there. So twin-turbo Lambos and R8s and, you know, all sorts of things. Big turbo Golfs and McLarens and all sorts of things. So if it comes from Europe, you should bring it out.
Yeah. Oh, what a sensational event that's going to be. That'd have to be the first of its type, you know, like in very few places, but it's happening right here. It's Sydney Dragway.
You're spot on, Les. It is certainly going to be the first of its type. That is going to be a wonderful event. So get around it. There's tickets available online for all of these events coming up at Sydney Dragway. We've got a packed calendar for 2025. So again, thank you very much for hanging around Sydney Dragway while we clean up the track after that little incident. But the car has been recovered. It's looking pretty tidy. We've got the tractor just cleaning up the surface to prep it up. So again, all of those races out in the staging lanes and down in the pits, we thank you for your patience. We've got a nice, safe racing surface prepped up for you, and we'll be back underway very shortly.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's is giving you the chance to win a trip to the UK to experience one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, one unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport, and that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Well, Sydney Dragway, it looks like we've got some fire in the pipes down there underneath the tower. The cleanup is just about done. We're just doing a little final spray down there around the 1,000-foot mark, just to make sure that the surface is spot on, as always here at Sydney Dragway. So once again, we have had a bit of a delay, Les. We had a bit of mishap down there.
Yeah.
But that's all squared away now. So I suppose a few things that we should just cover. It's Streetcar Day here, Race for Real, brought to you by Aeroflow Performance, the Sunday sessions. So you've got your street cars, and it's easy to forget about simple maintenance that's on your car. It's really easy.
For sure.
A couple of things that you should always do. Check your tyre pressures. Make sure they're where they need to be. Usually got a sticker or a plaque inside the door of your car somewhere that'll tell you what it's supposed to be. If you're not too familiar with what it should be, just make sure that it's pretty close to that. If you're running street tyres and whatnot, then that's what your car should have. Make sure that you've checked your fluids and your levels, so your oil is where it's supposed to be. Maybe if you haven't done an oil change recently, you're going to come out to the track, maybe you should do one. Make sure it's all good, make sure your coolant's good, etc. If you're running a catch can, an externally vented catch can, a lot of boosted engines or high performance engines, they need those breather cans so that they can get rid of that extra pressure in the crankcase. They fill up, believe it or not.
They do.
They
certainly do.
They do get full, and the first time often people find out about it is when they hold their car flat to the floor here at Sydney Dragway, and it spills it all out all over the place. So double check a few things like that. So just a quick recap: maintenance, your tyre pressures, your catch cans. Check all that. And then the last thing that we should probably mention, a lot of modern cars have stability and traction control systems in them.
You betcha.
And you've got to turn them off. You don't have to. I should repeat, you don't have to. If you've got a standard power level car, those systems are there to help you. But if you've got a car, and it could be the case with what we saw earlier today, we've seen it plenty of times before. If you've got a car that has those systems, but you've thrown an extra 2, 3, 4, 500 horsepower at it, it doesn't know what to do. So it's your best opportunity is to turn it off. Whether it's one press of the button or if it's a hold down for 10 seconds, just figure that out on your own car. And then you won't have brakes dabbing left and right, throttle closing, and doing all sorts of weird things down the track. Once again, this is not us telling you how to drive your car. This is making sure that you have a great day at the track. And avoiding those sort of things is going to give you a better day here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep.
So we are just about ready to get underway. You can see we've got Brett, the GM, down there making sure that the track is spot on. We're just going to do a quick scrub with the tractor in that last little spot where we've sprayed, because there was unfortunately a bit of fluids down there from the Mustang, so probably some oil and some coolant and whatnot.
Yes, we're in direct contact with the guys down there, aren't they? Yeah, they come up here and let us know what exactly is going on, and given us a bit of a timeline of how much time it's going to take.
Yep.
But you know, like there are some quick street cars here today.
Certainly.
And so we want to have everything. We've made preparations to accommodate those cars. But you know, some things just don't go. Now, when you mentioned the maintenance, I had a bit of a problem with one of my cars, and I put it in neutral, and then I put it into reverse to go back. The light in the reverse was on to let me know that it was in there. It was on but I put my foot down to go backwards, and it was still in neutral. It's just that little bit further till you get the click.
Yep.
And it wasn't in, and it's just little instances like that can throw you right out, because sometimes you say, well, what the hell's happened now?
Yep.
You know, you've had something else. And another, talking about tyre pressures, I had one of the tyres, I don't know why, it was only one of them went down, but the left rear went down to 22 PSI, and I normally put like 35 in.
Yes.
And when you come out of my suburb, you go around a sweeping bend. Well, the tyre on the right side, but when I corrected to straighten up, the car sort of like yawed across, and I thought, oh yeah, that's a bit strange. And so there's a service station there, lucky. So I went in and checked the tyres, and it was 22 PSI.
There you go. And that's another great point, actually, Les. When you come out here to the Dragway, a lot of people know with a slick tyre or a semi-slick or a racing radial or something like that, you may drop the pressures because you know that you're going to do a burnout. You're going to raise the pressure by increasing the temperature and the pressure of the tyre. Yeah. Slicks and radial drag tyres are designed for that. Your regular street tyre is not. So I've seen a lot of people come out here and they'll drop their regular street tyres. Well, let's say it's 34 PSI is what it's supposed to be in the rear tyres. Yeah. They'll drop them down to 18 because that's what they've seen some other bloke do with his radials, or maybe a slick or something like that. They drop them really low. The problem with that is it concaves the middle of the tyre. So it lifts the middle of the tyre up off the surface.
That's right.
Because the sidewall's real strong and there's not enough pressure on them in the middle to keep it flat. And then you think, oh, I'll just correct that by doing a big burnout. But then you're melting the rubber off the tyre because that street tyre isn't designed to get to that big high temperature. So you're sort of working against yourself. So fair enough, drop the pressures a little bit if you're confident on a rear-wheel drive car, for example, on your street tyres. But if you've got like a 20 or a 22-inch street tyre or something like that where there's no sidewall whatsoever, just leave the pressures as they are. Roll up to the burnout box and just do a little short, sharp burnout that rolls out of the water. That's the big thing. A lot of people will sit there in the burnout box in the water puddle. They'll do their burnout. They might grab a couple of gears or stay in first gear or whatever it is, and then they let the wheels stop and they drive out of the water. So that tyre's just coated in water the whole way around. So you've got to remember, don't drop them too far. You don't need to do a massive burnout. You're more than welcome to. We're not against burnouts. But do a good burnout and drive right out. I reckon you might see Killer HQ that's pulled up here. Looks like we've got a couple of Thermir Friars who are infamous for burnouts. So good to see the boys back again. But you'll see these guys, they'll do their burnout and then they'll keep that burnout going out of the water box just to make sure that the tyre is not covered in water. It's nice and clean and then it's ready to rip.
Yes, well, there's a couple of good tips for those out in the stands and in the pit area. So, and that's we used to do that at the Horsepower Heroes. Put them on the dyno. We tell them that we were letting the pressures down, and then we had a pump there for when it was finished. they'd say, what tyre pressures do you want? And they told it, and then they'd inflate the tyres to
Get them back
as
up.
it was before. Yeah.
There you go. So
Yeah, they don't mind. And
pretty stout burnouts there.
Oh, fantastic! Indeed, the HQ over there in the Rocket Lane's done a pretty good burnout, both of them.
Good way to get back underway here. Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah.
So yet again a big thank you. We've got the thermal fryers. That's a lot of wheel spin back out of that skid. Please, sir. We've just had an hour trying to get another vehicle recovered that had a similar situation on the way down there. So nice pass from the queue in the Rocket Lane, 11:36 at only 87 miles per hour. So he's out of it pretty early on that one.
Yeah, both cars going through for 87.11 over here. That's car number T29. Also, his opponent went through for 87.91 miles an hour. So there's probably less than 0.1 of a mile per hour there. That pretty evenly balanced, both with 11. One with 11.368, but 87.11. So some of these cars there, I'm astounded at the top end speed. Anything over 100 miles an hour, you know, even 110 miles an hour, not KPH, is you know, hauling the goods for a quarter of a mile.
Certainly.
Yes, because some people say, oh, this quarter of a mile's only, you know, X. It's just short of. Well, it's in meterage. It's not quite a quarter of a mile. And I said, no, the track is set up for miles, you know, distance in you know, quarter of a mile. It's imperial measurements, you know.
1,320 feet.
Yeah, 1,320 feet, you know, whatever it's. They said, oh, well, it's a bit shorter if you do a quarter of a mile. So we say yes, 400 metres is shorter than a quarter of a mile, but we don't measure the track in metres. We measure it in you know, in feet, inches, and yards.
Correct. All right, let's get back to that action on the quarter mile. We've got the Holden Ute in the Aeroflow lane up against the late model VF Commodore in the Rocket lane. I'm really excited. There's some really cool cars out here today at Sydney Dragway. There's some tough bits and pieces getting around. I think I saw Carolyn Hayes, Mark Hayes down in the staging lanes with Carolyn's beautiful Tirana that is an absolute work of art that they're putting together down there. 12.65 for the Holden Ute to a 13.92 for the Commodore on that pass.
Yes, we've got a touch of the old and a touch of the new here.
Yeah.
Down in front of us in the Rocket Lane, the Commodore and the Tirana LHLX type. I've just learned to tell the difference between why L34s have round headlights instead of square headlights for an LH instead of an LX. And the differences there, A9X and all the other bits and pieces. So we're actually getting used to introducing the two GMH cars. It's like an LJ Tirana here. I can tell it's an LJ, I can tell by the tail lights. And even the QE type, I used to say HQ to WB Ute.
Yeah, so HQ definitely. That's Mark Elborn, as we're very familiar with down there in the Rocket Lane. He was a racer, and that previous VE Commodore that went through was Ashley Vincent, Street Fighter competitor who was here yesterday for the Track Champs. And then
that Tirana looks like Emma Adhart's
from yesterday, so I can't remember how dare I.
I might have just managed to retain it inside here, I don't know.
10.23 at 129 miles per hour for the Tirana, 12.58 for Mark Elborn. That one. All right, next pairing we've got looks like VLVK Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane, and Eden Abella in the Rocket lane. Another track champ competitor there. Working on that combination.
Yeah.
Looks like car car in the Aeroflow lane's no slouch either.
Is it another competitor? Was it 2 competitors from yesterday? There's a street, that atomic green.
Yep, Street Fighter, that's Cheryl Ogden.
Yeah,
and,
that's correct.
Rodney Balgowan, I believe, in the Aeroflow lane. Super Street and Street Fighter competitors. So we had track champs yesterday, so a lot of the competitors decided to get the ticket for Sunday as well and just leave their setup down in the pits. So Josh Clapp down there in that Stingray was
he was
Super Street as well, I believe.
Yep.
Of course,
with all the stickers all over it. That was
that's Brett Stutchbury. Oh no, Aidan Stutchbury, sorry.
Is it? Yeah,
Brett's got the red one.
Yep.
Corey's got the silver
one
car, and then Aidan's got the black VH.
Yeah.
With every performance part sticker known to man on the boot lid.
Yeah, there is paint under it.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
There is a colour.
That's right. But big shout out to Dialed In Racing, the big crew down there, a bunch of competitors here again supporting Sydney Dragway, which is great to see. Aidan Stutchbury gets out with a nice sight. Josh Clapp also an 073.
073.
It's got a pair of 10-second passes there. 10
look at that,
to a 1086.
Good. Corvettes, you know, like I really like them, but it's unusual to see one that's, you know, like that of that particularly that model these days.
Yep.
That in makeup sharp shape. That seem at this
C2. No, C3.
No, be more than that.
C3.
3. So
yep.
you've got that one, then you had the other one, C3. Yeah. The C4 is where in 1984, because they didn't make a Corvette in 1983.
Okay.
They stopped in 82. Then they were going to make one, but they didn't.
Right.
And they prepared for the 84. This is a new shape, a new series that they go.
Fair enough. As we see Sammy Joe Johnson heading down the Aeroflow lane there in the VE Commodore, and that HQ, the green Holden in the Rocket lane. Another really nice pass there, 9:39 at 143 miles per hour. This VK we've got a couple of great cars here. The VK in the Rocket lane, turbo combination. It's made one pass, and then we've got Carolyn O'Brien in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, is this a
275 NOS? This car is a Summernats unveiled car. It is a work of art. So if you get the opportunity to go and see Mark and Carolyn down there in the pits, unfortunately I think it's just bumped through on that one. But it's the first time back at the track, I believe, in a very long time. So it is an absolute work of art. It's got a 415 cube small block in it, plenty of nitrous assistance down there, but the build quality of that car is second to none. So beautiful setup.
Gee, that's why when young Adam asked, what day is it today? That's why I said Saturday, because this reminds me
all
of
the people here.
and all the names on the screen.
That's right. Well, if you look at who we've got lined up at the moment, who's coming back down the return road, it's basically track champs at Sydney Dragway.
Well, I can tell you that Atomic Green is at S36.
So Corey Stutchbury in the Aeroflow lane, Brian Addising in the Rocket lane. Corey's going to get there first, an 11.025, but an 11.01 for Brian Addising in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, Brian there must have had a slower reaction time, but because he ran a quicker time than his opponent there, and or got there first, and he did run a quicker time, so he was on a big top end charge. We've got some motorcycle action here now.
Absolutely. So a couple of bikes down in the lane. So I can tell one of them is the Kawasaki ZX14 because I had to make sure that mine was still parked in the car park. Didn't quite catch what the other bike was, but yeah, we love seeing plenty of two-wheel competitors out here.
Well, if we, and we like having sort of multitudes, it's not much use having something that's really slow, like a big crane or anything, but that Captain Jack McClure from the US Air Force, he had raced a rocket, it was a nitrogen peroxide powered go-kart that went 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, okay.
And that was back in the late 60s.
Fair enough. All right, Andy Phipps down there. It's one of our one of our Sydney Dragway officials. She was here competing yesterday at Track Champs in mod bike and street bike.
Street bike. Yes, it was street bike. Yeah.
And she's back again for some more action here on Sunday. And that beautiful, I'm assuming it's a 916 Ducati in the Aeroflow lane. Rare yellow position. And just made a great pass down there. 1091 at 151 miles per hour. 1264 at 111 for the Duke in the Aeroflow lane.
It's not a bad time for you. What would that be? An 80s machine? Or
no, 90s, mid 90s.
Yeah, right.
That Ducati, yeah. But the difference between modern superbikes and even mid 90s superbikes is huge. The horsepower made. I mean, that's 916. I think was about 160 horsepower. Not even. I think it was 140 maybe.
Was it?
Back then, and almost every leader bike now is a 200 horsepower. So it's it's a huge difference, but nonetheless, beautiful motorcycle. All the rest, this Suzuki G6R is a very quick bit of kit. Unfamiliar with the rider, but last pass out, you can see the 890s. Red light on the tree. There we go. 897 for the 5, 154. So quite consistent. 897 backs up an 892 from earlier in the day, and that will bring us back around to the four-wheeled vehicles here at Aeroflow Performance Products Race for Real Sunday sessions.
Yep, and which are a great idea. They must have got a new weather god, because the previous weather god, I don't know what the weather god is named, but might have got the job with all that water that's been flowing down from the sky around Australia lately. The Aeroflow lane go through for a 12.3 meet at 116 and a 14.90 at 94 miles an hour in the rocket lane. Yeah, so it's but beautiful day. This is. I'm a sun and water worshipper, but I don't like the rain.
Yeah.
I like looking at the oceans, lakes and rivers, but just the rain just doesn't do it for me. But anyway.
So we've got a little Audi on the way down the Aeroflow lane there, left pretty handily, 1222, and that Holden Ute in the rocket lane, 1487. There's something different in the Aeroflow lane. Les, that's a Hyundai Ioniq 5, I believe it is, the EV.
The electric one, and another one, the VW Scirocco.
Scirocco, yeah.
In the rocket lane. I was thinking of getting one of those, but I thought, gee, VWs are parts for them are pretty expensive, but still, what car isn't these days?
Well, not as bad as they used to be, because there's so many of them now. And the benefit.
That's a point. That's a good point.
Benefit with the Volkswagen Audi stuff is that they share a lot of platforms across a lot of different models. Yeah. So it means that there's a lot of bits and pieces that that are shared, and we've had a kangaroo visitor, a bit of wildlife down in the braking area. He's headed back off to his mates in the bush. Can only be a dragway in Australia.
We should have a talk to these kangaroos. No shortcuts.
No.
They should go around the back.
That's right, and pay for a ticket as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no freeloaders. NFA. No freeloaders allowed.
That's right. So we'll just make sure that. Skippy's come back for another look at the track. Unfortunately, it looks like he's heading towards the track. The track wall. He doesn't want to go one way. Got a bit of chasing, got a bit of wildlife wrangling happening down past the sheds there.
Is it on that side?
Yeah, he's gone up the hill behind the fire shed.
Oh.
And then he came back, and now he's gone away again.
Oh, it might be test and tune at the speedway. He's going to have a look at.
Oh, possibly, yeah. Yeah, it's more often we have them on the eastern side of the track, on the Aeroflow lane side.
Yes,
but today, Skippy's decided to pop his head in from the rocket western side.
We should get some of those kangaroo signs you see on the road and attach them to one of the legs of the readout board. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and put like kangaroos. Beware kangaroos.
Here we go. Next pass. So there's the launch for the Ioniq 5. I haven't seen one of these at Sydney Dragway before. Not to say that it hasn't happened, but there you go.
This is the first time.
pretty handy thing. 1134 at 122 miles per hour is not bad at all. The Scirocco going through for 1336 at 107. So that gives you a bit of an idea. The old the EV is getting it done down there. It is their performance model EV, that Ioniq 5, I believe.
Yep.
An N of some sort. No,
yes, I saw an NI30 out there. Beautiful, brand new car, beautiful shape.
Good. We've got another Golf GTI by the looks of things in the Aeroflow lane, and Falcon Ute Sans Tray on the back of it.
Yes, it's got no sides.
The Volkswagen innovation today. We've got the Golf R down there, Mark 6 in the Aeroflow lane, and a Polo GTI, I think.
Yeah, over there in the Rocket Lane. There was a guy that came here who worked for the TV. It was about 6 or 7 years ago. He worked for TV stations were televising. He had a little Golf. It was an R, but he had an 11-second, 12-second chip and an 11-second chip.
Okay.
That's all he had to do was put the chip in. Well, there's that. Sora. There come Lexus. Oh, they came in with the 2 points. Did they ever come out with a 2J?
No,
it was just the 1J.
A 1J?
Yeah, and the V8.
And then the V8, that's right. Yeah. So, Lexus SC300 bit of a shudder from the Sora down there. I think we might have a bit of an issue with the driveline. Saw it come off the line and the rear tyres shake a bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, you see that.
Have to recover that one.
Shake there.
Sometimes when you get a little bit of wheel speed happening, but not quite enough power to break into full loss of traction, you end up with wheel hop, and the tyre just bounces and smacks hard against the surface. And because the surface is so grippy, of course, with that incident we had earlier, we have re-prepped the track. The shock load in the axles, particularly on IRS setup, can say no more.
Yes, well, a lot of cars, I know BMWs, Commodores and Falcons now have them, a 2-piece tail shaft.
Yep.
But that Mitsubishi mine's a 3-piece.
Yeah.
And you have to line the splot. There's only one way that they work.
Like a master spline.
That's right. But there's no indicators, this one matches with this, and then there's not a one down here that matches. And if you don't mark them yourself when you pull them out like I did, it's useless. The tail shaft just vibrates. So I imported a carbon fibre that replaces the you take the middle one out, and then you lift with a short one. So you have to get one from the transmission out of the drive unit, four-wheel drive unit, and then you just hook it up, and there's one bearing there, so you've got a long tail shaft. In actual fact, it converts it from 2 to 1.
Okay.
And it works all right.
There you go. Well, that's the bonus with an IRS, right? The diffs aren't moving up and down with the wheels. With the wheels,
so
you can
get
away with it. Yeah.
Oh, and that's right, because as I was saying yesterday, when you put a full IRS car onto the dyno, the wheels, you can see the car go like that, and then the wheels go off a bit of a camber.
They camber in. So it's definitely something that a lot of people have had to get their head around, and it's a real art form to get an IRS car down the drag strip as well, because as you mentioned, as the car squats, which is what an IRS car wants to do to try and transfer the weight, your tyre generally will, you'll get a great deal of negative camber, which is pulling the surface of the tyre off the traction surface. So you've got to find a happy medium for where it starts, and you'll see a lot of relatively successful IRS cars. Generally, their ride height is still quite high. In the back. So you avoid that. So an increased spring rate or a higher shock damping or something like that, just so that when it squats, it's slower progress. Doesn't just shock it straight into that big change for the alignment. But it's There's a lot of dark arts involved with getting cars down the strip here.
Yeah, not like the old days when you had the old live axle.
Yeah,
you know,
well,
but
there's still plenty of those here at the Sydney
Yeah.
Dragway too.
yeah, well, they've got, you know, nowadays they've got really good cowl tracks and things like that to offset it. But another good invention was the Watts linkage.
Yes,
you know,
absolutely.
that sort of tried to balance the IRS at the back.
Stop the diff moving left and right.
Right, yeah.
Yep, as it progresses. So yeah, as opposed to the big panhard bar.
Yeah, that's what my Javelin's got. It's got panhard bars like a LH, LX Torana.
Yep. All right, so looks like Wes down there on the quad, retrieving the Sora.
Yeah, well, our track walker there was the first thing he did when he got over there. He asked what was wrong, and the guy said, must be something in the drivetrain or the drive shaft." He squatted down, had a look underneath. Can't see anything hanging down, but some of the Commodores, when we had them at the summer nats doing the horsepower heroes, you had to have a tail shaft loop. Now,
yes.
They argued that one of the rear housing for the gearbox transmount is enclosed like that, and it's got built into the, you know, like the front subframe.
Yep.
There's got this. Well, they said it acts like a loop, and we had to let them through because it was in the right position. It was rearward, at least 150 mils behind where the universal joint was.
Yep.
And and that's how they solved that problem.
Convenient.
Mm.
Yep. Very, very good. All right, we'll get this Sora down there. And I did hear the sound of a rotary down there.
There was a little yellow one.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
A little yellow one there. It's an
Oh, gee, that's a
RX3,
bright
I
yellow.
believe.
That's a beauty.
Absolutely. It's sounds good.
Yeah, nice colour too. It's in contrast to this this Falcon here that's underneath in the Aeroflow lane. The one I questioned. That's a very unusual. It's a beautiful colour. But Ford have got that that other one. What's it called? It's a turquoisey colour.
Yeah, Breeze.
Breeze, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. It's a nice colour too.
Yeah, this one's a bit more of the Tiffany blue.
Yeah.
Down there. The driver's been getting the head around, getting that car out of the hole and making a full pass. A couple of passes today, but always keen to see a bit of old school Mazda rotary action happening down there. And I think there's a series, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, RX-7 just outside the tunnel here as well. And then...
Oh, yeah, down here.
Yep. And then a first timer in that new generation Audi RS3 sedan.
Wow.
Down there, bit of a weapon. So keen to see what that can bring. Maybe he's getting a test pass in for the Sydney Euro Motor Festival. It's coming up on the 28th of June.
Early bird.
Perfect candidate to come and compete in the drag racing, roll racing, or even the show and shine.
I'd look at it.
Dragway.
It looks fantastic.
Like those big pumped guards on the front of the RS3.
Yeah. Well, the PMs, I think they first started them. They came straight off the top of the garden down.
Yep, absolutely.
They look fantastic.
Right, there we go, the little Mazda. Good, looks like possibly a bit of an older build.
Yeah, it's got J13, but J is his name. 13B. Look at that one.
Very nice, little RX-3 there. Short, sharp burnout. It's got some slicks or radials on the back. I can't quite make it out, but it certainly means business. We've got the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane in stage. Just waiting for the Mazda to join him. I'm not sure if that Falcon is an FPV. It's got the FPV kit on it, but I don't know if it is in fact FPV. It's away. But not as quick as we've seen it get away before. Big lift of the wheels for the RX-7. A bit of wheel work required.
I'll say
for the RX-3, I should say. For the 7, but just button off and transit down the lane there. He's got a taste for it now, so we'll come back around and make another pass.
To tell you the truth, I didn't see the lights turn green.
Yeah.
So was wondering if they didn't record a time. Well, unless it's gone off.
Yeah, it might have. Yeah, it has gone off. We've got the
T14.
T14
So that's that one there.
For next pair. So if we can get those cars down around the deep end.
Oh, this could be a bit of a mover.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say anything 13B powered that weighs as little as those first generation RX-7s do. It's usually a pretty good recipe. And these RS3s are always pretty interesting. They make a lot of power and put it down to the ground. All-wheel drive setup, twin clutch. RX-7 is out. That's a really nice launch actually. 760 foot to the 1.8 for the RS3. That RX-7 crosses the line at 10.51 with a 5 at 138 miles per hour.
Get out of here.
A respectable 12.04 at 113.
Yeah, that was nice for the
RS3.
Yep.
All right, so I think I heard the sound of an RB30 turbo down there in the Aeroflow lane. We've got VL turbo, and then if that Falcon in the right lane is an XR6 turbo, it's kind of the modern equivalent.
Yes.
Turbo City, off we go. So the VL is on its way, and Falcon is following. Bit of black smoke out of the VL at the big end there. Crosses through for a 14.35 at 104, and the Falcon a 13.1 at 119.
119 miles per hour, so that was a big top end charge.
Yep.
So it was going real quick.
Now, 20 years ago, if you asked me what was going to win in a drag race, a Supra or a Golf, I'd pick the Supra every time.
Every time,
It's a bit of an upset about to happen here.
Yeah, it is.
Obviously, there's a bit of modification involved on that Golf R, but it's been running pretty well all day. Another
10.67, tens.
Yep. It's run 10.57, a 69, and a 67 now.
And that Supra, that wasn't too bad either. So, we're going to get a great sprinkling of cars here, predominantly, like Fords and Holdens, but as we see is not this pair, but the other pair. There's that little unidentified little panel van there.
Yeah, we should ask the live stream. We should ask the live stream, Les. Everyone watching on the live stream, Sydney Dragway official, what is that little delivery van that we can see going down there? We don't have Stewie to wander around in the pits today, so if you know what that bread van is, let us know.
Yep.
And for everyone wondering and waiting around, we do have 11 Burnout cars lined up for some skids this afternoon at Sydney Dragway.
Well, there you go. So we catered for everybody here.
Absolutely.
We've got it all covered. What a great Sunday. You can see the cloud cover, and then they go into the sunshine and then back into the cloud cover. But we see in the rocket lane, charges on down for 11.77, and in the Aeroflow lane, was it a 12.73 with a 1 at just over 100 miles per hour. 100 miles, that's 160 something kilometres an hour, so really honking down the quarter mile here down there. There's not many that we say in the teens. They're all seem to be 12 or
a nice period correct VL turbo down there again, the Aeroflow lane with the Venetians in the
yes, yeah. Isn't that a nice touch?
Yeah, 12.07 at 115 miles per hour. That's a pretty handy street car.
Well, I did come here for a street meeting. I came here with a mate of mine who wanted to run his Charger, and but there was a little white RX3, and it was 4-door, and it had Venetian blinds in it. 80s.
Yeah, right. That's pretty handy. VK in the Aeroflow lane running through for an 11.300 at 120 miles per hour, and a 13.54 for the Statesman in the rocket lane.
Yeah, we've got the big gunmetal grey there. Jeep up against the silver Commodore over in there in the rocket lane. You should see some of the places I've been to. They've had commentators there, and they'll say, "Oh, no, we're we've got a dark grey and a light grey car.
Yeah,
You know?
dark grey and light grey. Well, they're not wrong.
No, that's right. I couldn't. But it was very, very simple way.
That's right. Right. Not a bad launch from Commodore on this one, but just that Jeep just gets down to movies, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's real hot. Look at that, 1189.
That's an 11-second block of flats.
Yeah. Yeah, that needs council approval. That
Yeah.
needs a DA.
Absolutely. Okay, next pairing we've got looks like VZ Commodore Ute in the Aeroflow lane up against VN Caprice. That is.
Yeah, it's out of the hole. 378, but we got out fairly. Don't know. No, I don't think we'll be able to put much. Close the gap a bit. 1256 over there in the rocket lane for that big Stato, and a 1357 for the Ute in the Aeroflow lane. And I like those, the Fords and the Holdens when they have the Utes, and they have those Ford Thunderbird, you know, the 60s Thunderbird, sort of like
the bulges on the tonneau. Yep, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
so tough pair of classic Ford and Holdens down here at the start line. We've got Rusty G in the rocket lane. So HG Holden down there. It's got the barn find patina with a bit of clear over the top, which is definitely a good look.
Yeah, it is, and very popular these days.
We've got a first timer in the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, just getting a bit of friendly advice how to get the car staged there. Very good deal, and away we go.
Out first, but
this is no slouch. It's a nicely matched pair.
Yeah, look at that.
Holden gets there first at 1188 with a 6 to an 1190 with a 7. 120 mile per hour for the Falcon, so a little bit more horsepower on display there.
That's 200 kilometres an hour, you
know. Yeah.
120?
Pretty close, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So, not sure if I'd want to be doing 200 kilometres an hour in an original XR or XT Falcon. I'm sure that one's got a few more safety.
Adventure,
yeah, that's right. I'm showing my age.
Yeah.
All right, another beautiful classic Falcon in rocket lane down there up against the Holden Ute in the Aeroflow lane, a 1241 to a 1286. All right, it's HQ is
other Merc.
It's flavour, yeah, another AMG Merc by the looks of things, another E55 I think, and another HQ as well. It's sort of the flavour of the day.
Gee, that colour of that HQ, that gunmetal colour, gee, it's really
very nice.
Real standout colour.
Very nice. Mental cue, the plates down there. Let's see who's got it. The AMG gets away first. There's plenty of mumbo under the bonnet of that E55, an 016 reaction time and a 175.64. He's not kidding around.
No.
That is going to lead the whole way down, a 12.17 at 115 to a 12.54 at 111. I thought that AMG was on for an 11-second pass.
Run. Yeah.
Not too far off it. All right, here's Cranky. This is a pretty entertaining car to watch. Big clutch dump and big shift into the next gear, and another big shift into the next gear. It's bunny hopping its way down through the 330 there. The Chevy in the Aeroflow lane is keeping pace. Very close.
To be close.
12.08 for the Tirana to a 12.04 for the Chevy, but Tirana just getting there first.
Getting there first, yeah. That Chevy was got out of the hole fairly gingerly, but I tell you what, that little Tirana was sort of like pond hopping.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Just bang, bang,
right.
bang. Yeah, it was great. Charger 770 over there in the Aeroflow lane. Not quite sure. It's, well, I wouldn't like to say I didn't see any badging on the car, so I can't tell. Looks like
it's certainly getting away pretty handily, and so is that Tirana in the rocket lane. Yeah. Starting to extend the gap there.
Yep.
12.18 with a 5 to a 13.60 with a 9.
13.60 there. It's got a 360 in it, so
there you go.
360.
360. All right, nice Chevy. I'm going to just say C10 truck down there.
Yeah.
I'll probably get corrected that it's a 20 or something.
Oh, yeah, long wheelbase. Long wheelbase.
But
a guy that raced here had a big Chevy C10. It was big.
lane down there, 11.03, 126.
Where's that banging on the 10-second door?
The big Chevy pickup, 14.39 at 99 miles per hour.
So that's pretty respectable for something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of weight.
It's about as long as a city block. So.
Yeah.
The HQ unfortunately was bumped through there and left a cherry on the tree, but nonetheless he'll still run it on down through there. It's TD Cortina, I think.
Yeah, TD or
TE.
Yeah, I think it's got a bit more angular line, so it might be a TE.
TE, yep. Cortina, either way, in the Aeroflow lane. Don't see many of them anymore. You know, when I was in primary school, I used to see them all the time in the 90s, but yeah, not so much. Certainly not one that was as quick as that. It gets along down there and leads the way home for the VFHSV. They're at 10.006 at 140 miles per hour, knocking on the 9 seconds. Quarter mile there, 11.22.
Here we go. Here's your mate.
Yes, the wagon is back for more healthy skids. Love it. I wonder if he's going to hang around for the burnouts at the end. I hope he's brought some other tyres.
Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, the same thing.
Yeah. All right, we've got nice Holden in.
Yeah, that's a
Aeroflow
really
lane.
nice car. That's what you need, one like with something like that is a real honker. When that Merc gets out, on red light, but the hole is about on the side. Not that easy. Not that easy. He didn't make it. 12.38 for the Merc over in the Rocket Lane, and at 12.13, a quicker time by that HK.
And a big reminder for everyone out there that is competing, please, when you're in the lanes before you run, can you turn the air conditioning off on the car? Of course, you can turn it back on when you're coming back down after the pass, but if you can turn it off while you're idling around, that's a lot of wheel spin from that wagon. Hopefully they back out. Yep. If you can turn the AC off and put your windows up when you get to the burnout box, just before time card box before the burnout box. That way we're not going to have any extra condensation and water dripping on the track, and you need to have your windows up when you make a pass as well. So just a quick reminder for everyone that is out here today. But yeah, we want you to have a great day at Sydney Dragway, and clean passes equal a good day. It's a nice little free, that thing, isn't it?
I'll say.
It's pretty handy.
I was going to say it'd be a 10-second run.
You're right.
38 with a 7 at 131 and a 15.104 at 105. So yeah, anything over 100 miles an hour is, you know, like quick for a street car. And there's plenty of action. There's run after run after run. It's beautiful to see all the combinations, all the makes and models of cars.
We have absolutely no shortage of vehicles ready to run here at Sydney Dragway today. Let's look at that. 5 lanes full of cars.
Full of cars, isn't it? Fantastic. No wonder they put it on. What a great idea too, putting it on a Sunday.
Yeah, it's definitely for Horsepower Heathens Church.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Oh, there's Horsepower. They ride it. There's a club in Knoxville, Tennessee that they've got their Bible is a sort of like a manual for working on vehicles, like, you know, shows you how to change a tyre and all sorts of things and performance upgrades for your car, and that's their own Bible. So when you attend one of their car shows, they part of the entry fees, you get this. It's only small.
Yep.
It's only about a B5 size, and it's really novel. Reaction time there, 359. Well, these guys are on the street, so we don't expect 000s all the time. But the Aeroflow lane there runs a very tidy 11.23 at 119 and a 12.33. A 12.33 with an 8.
Very nice. All right.
Over there in the Rocket Lane. Gee, that orange is that must be the octane colour.
No, it's very similar to it. Maybe a bit darker than octane.
Yeah,
B5. yeah, it's a very striking colour. And Pro HG is out of there, by the way.
Yeah, look at it.
In the Rocket Lane.
Yeah.
He's not hanging around to figure out what the colour is on the Mustang. 1073 with a 2 at 129 miles per hour. Beats a 1252 with a 7 at 115. So very cool. Another cool pair of cars. We've got a little coupe down there. Little hot rod.
Yeah,
It's got
that
a nice
is neat.
fat tyre on the back of it. Looks like some Mickey Thompson ETSSs.
In New Zealand, you can pay an extra $50 to remove your guards.
Oh, right. Okay.
You pay a bit more for this, and you pay more for the exposed engine and things like that. If it's got
Pay more for less.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like a lot of cafes I go to now. You ask for 3/4 full and they charge extra.
Yeah, the rest froth.
Can I have less coffee, please? Yes, that's more money.
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's my wife worked at. She's in the industry, and she worked out to make a cup of coffee. It's just gone up. Coffee's just gone up during the week, but the average cup of coffee costs 46.
There you go. Good margin. You can sell a lot of them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the trick to it. All right, so that Commodore Ute in Rocket Lane, pretty nice there. 1039. 140 miles per hour. Very clean pass to a 1335 at 109. We've got this orange four-door Falcon back in the Aeroflow lane, and this fairly wild-looking VX Commodore in the Rocket lane. Steve Nightingale, I've got the info here on the screen. In the Falcon has run a 10. He's just pushed through the beams there, left a cherry on the tree, so he won't get a time, unfortunately. No, we won't see it either. But the driver in the Rocket Lane, 10:48 with a 3.
That looks like the car in the currently in the Rocket Lane there looks like an oversized Aussie Legend car.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the little circuit Aussie Legend cars. Yeah, very cool bit of gear down there, and that Aussie driver. Both got a bit of a gangster lean on them as they head on down the track.
Gee, I tell you what.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah, 11.16 with a 3 in the Rocket Lane at 121 and a 10.75 with a 1 at 125.
No slouch
121, 100. That's why there wasn't much difference between the two. Hey, this is fun.
Yes, this is.
Hey, for street cars, this is beautiful.
I can actually see on both of these VEs down here that they've got the RS written on the rear windscreen, which means they've got the real street license.
Oh.
So.
And one of them's a camper car.
Yes, one of them is a Canberra car, the Aeroflow Lane VE PSI. That's probably a bit of a giveaway as to why it's so fast.
Yeah.
Real Street, of course, depending on the year model of the car, is a great initiative that IHRA have brought in, and I may be corrected here, but I think it's from 2003 to 2015. You can run it down to a 950 ET at 149.9 miles per hour with speed before you require a cage or a parachute.
Okay. Well, that puts it into perspective. There, Pat. It's I'm sure I've learned something.
Yep.
And I'm sure some of the patrons throughout the facility have learned something as well. So it's very handy. Very handy.
That's right. So that's Real Street B category for the earlier cars, and then the later cars, which I can't exactly remember the year model, but I think it's 2015 onwards. Right. Is Real Street A, and you can actually run down to 90, right, and then up to 170 miles per hour. However, from 150, you do still require a parachute.
Oh,
so anytime you go over 150, you do require a parachute.
Yep.
But that's basically accommodate now. Traditional drag racers will look at that and go, that is an insane, sort of time. But we're accommodating for very late model cars that have got very advanced safety systems, lots of airbags, big disc brakes. Like these cars that we've spoken about before, that are big six-piston calipers and huge discs and all that sort of thing. Big safety cells, and also that carry a very high price tag and don't require much work to be able to run that sort of time. Something like an R35 GTR, or your late model Audi R8 or Lamborghini or whatnot. you maybe don't want to cut those cars up and put a cage in to come and run at the track. So, ITRA and Sydney Dragway have taken the initiative to implement that real street licensing system.
Yeah.
So it means if you come out here and you've got a late model car and you run a time that might be a bit too quick, you can apply for that license here on the day and keep running your car.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks very much for that. I don't come to many street meets. I've been 300 kilometres away.
Yeah.
But I was just chuffed at the opportunity to do commentary duties here today. And look, I'd travel up now. I'd travel up just to watch a street meet.
Yeah.
When you have a look at the cars there on Adam's screen over there, look at the rear camera there. Look at all the cars going around the corner.
Plenty of cars.
Plenty of cars.
Yep. And a really diverse range as well. Like there's a bit of everything out here. It's not just like the classic Holden and Ford that we've got on the track right now, but there's a bit of JDM, there's a bit of Euro, there's a bit of KDM, even Korean domestic market out there with the Ioniq 5. So even if you don't like noisy V8s, but you like EVs, there's something happening at Sydney Dragway for you. So we won't go too hard on you.
No.
If that's you. But nonetheless, it's good to see everyone having a go. One of our regulars back up here, Brett Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane. Okay, so I think Brett and Aidan are sharing this car today because Brett's normally driving red VY, I think, from memory.
Yeah, because there's three. Is there three?
There's three of them. Yeah. There's Brett, Aidan, and Corey.
Corey, that's right. Someone's been given the shut off.
Okay, yep, we've got a bit of a shut off there. Unfortunately, something's coming out of the back of the Corvette, which is not ideal. So we'll probably just get. I said we might get Brett to transit. Oh, he's going to run a solo pass. That's fine.
Wow, that's a fiberglass body and all that. Oh, it's a heavy.
Yes, surprisingly.
Yeah.
They've made it. Yeah, that's had a bit of a spill, unfortunately.
1089 with the one at 125 for Brett Stutchbury, just in that Commodore. Sorry there.
No, that's okay. I just was seeing as the crew are helping move the car. Is that Brian and Sammy Joe? They can't help themselves. Give everyone a hand down there. Good on you guys for helping move the Corvette back off the line.
Look at the puddle that it's left behind.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's
still staying.
Fuel.
Yeah, still staying shiny. Getting some additional equipment.
Yeah, they'll get some equipment out there and dry it up. Sydney Dragway track crew, as always, are going to nail this and get us back to safe racing surface. So while we let the crew work their magic, thank you for hanging around. You've got the opportunity to go and grab yourself a drink if you're here at the track, or duck off for a fridge or toilet break at home if you're watching on the stream. And we'll be right back with more Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions here at Sydney Dragway.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
Shannon's is giving motoring enthusiasts the chance to win a trip to one of the world's greatest motoring events, the 2026 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Plus, win a new Indian motorcycle sport chief. To enter, take out new eligible car, bike or home insurance. Go online or call Shannon's.
All right, and we are back underway here at Sydney Dragway. Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions. We've just had a very short start line clean-up there. A bit of a spillage, unfortunately, but... got Sammy Joe Johnson back down in the Aeroflow lane, lining up against, I believe it is Ashley Vincent, a Street Fighter Track Championships competitor down there in the little VE Commodore.
Oh,
so
yes.
Little, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, they're decent size now, aren't they? Yep. Well, they're a large family car.
Right, there we go. Not a bad reaction time for Ash Vincent there.
Yeah.
014. Sounded like a bit of a two-step happening there, so a bit of testing going on for Sammy Joe Johnson. A 165 60 foot is on form for her VE Commodore there.
I'll say.
1163 at 115 miles per hour. Yeah, does all of the other Super Street competitors know that she's got two-step in that car now? They're about
They'll
to.
say, no. Why do you get away so quick?
Very nice. All right,
Mike Elborn
in the Aeroflow lane. Power Plus Fuels New South Wales on board there, of course, and Rodney Balgowan in the lane. Multiple track championship competitors here
on
the Sunday.
like a side by side. Oh no, the Commodore just stuck its late model Commodore, the Rocket Lane. Runs a 12.033 to 114 and a 12.56 with a 7 at 106 miles an hour.
Very nice. Another pair of track champ competitors here. We've got Cheryl Ogden in the Aeroflow lane, Street Fighter, which, as a lot of people might not be aware, Street Fighter is basically the category where you can drive your regular street car straight in off Ferris Road into Sydney Dragway, sign up for the track champs, and off you go.
Away you go.
And, racing for a trophy. And then Eden Abella, of course, in the Rocket Lane, that turbocharged from BYU. He's got that cranked up. The 177 60 foot is pretty handy for Eden there. Yeah. 988 with a 3 at 147. I think that is a PB for Eden down there.
Wow.
So very, very good.
Thank you, new weather god.
Could be too quick.
Really nice, yeah. Carolyn O'Brien now from Jurel in the Holden Tyrannus, shed 415, up against is that a Cougar? Mercury Cougar?
Yes, it is a Mercury Cougar. Karen on the on the boot. I think it's got St. Johnson on the side of it or something along those lines. But good to see Carolyn get into stage and away very cleanly in the Tirana there at 157.60. She's working well. 985 at 140 for that beautiful LH Tirana. And 1089 with a 6 at 126 for the Mercury, going the long way around about it as well.
Yes, yes. Look at the tracks, the black track.
Yeah. Oh, it's Mrs. Robinson or something like that. I think it's got written down the side of the Cougar, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, yeah, because she was a bit of a Cougar.
Yeah, that's right. Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson.
Oh!
Yeah, okay.
That looks like a whole bunch of steam coming out of
There's a lot of extra boost started to get produced in the Commodore, so just reset. It's got away. Serrano is making its way on down there. That VK's going to smash around. 897 at 156 miles per hour. So I think that's close to low ET of the day. No, it's still got a bit to go there. 850. All right.
Someone's gone 4/10 quicker.
There you go. So just a bit of staging, sort of. It's a bit tricky when you're working on. I don't think it sounded like it had a trans brake, that car. Okay. So just on the foot brake is a bit tricky. But Brian Addising down there in the Aeroflow lane is making a solo pass. Looks like we've got a little bit more in it early on with that one. It's nitrous assist in it.
Yeah, it's funny he moved over to just moved off the racing line.
Yeah.
Where we can see the right-hand side wheels made that black track all the way through, but because people have been running over the top of one wheel of that Brian left, and he's put the other wheel over there, and it's he's counting on there not being a lot of rubber over there, but a lot of traction copy. It's a 60. It's on the side. It's a 68.
Yeah, Cougar. All right, a couple of bikes getting through there. Aeroflow lane 1036 at 144, and I think it was 1103 in 1104. Sorry, in the Rocket lane. Next pairing up. Naked bikes down there. Very, very popular. Not sure if can't quite see the front, but probably MTO7s or MTO9s, something along those lines from Yamaha. Very, very nice. We've got, I think it's actually a 748. This Ducati, the smaller capacity.
Right.
Yeah, that's the options. It was 916 and 748 at the same time.
There was who was the manufacturer of the bike they bought out of Senna? It was called a Senna.
That's Ducati.
Oh, Ducati. Yeah.
Yep. It's an interesting segue that you bring up there, Les, because I've actually got one in my garage.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, blow me down with a feather.
That's the only reason I know anything about 916s and 748s. But been a huge Senna fan since I was a young fella, and managed to make that dream come true a year or so ago.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, very, very cool. We just saw Angie Phipps get on down the track there in 11.0, and the 748 Duke, I think it ran at 12. Again, I'm sorry. But we've got this unknown Dark Knight rider on this amazing Suzuki GSXR with the extended swing arm. Gets away so cleanly. 760 foot for it's a mod bike, I guess. 893 and 855. That 892, 897, and that 893 today. Super consistent. Let's hope we see that that bike in track champs.
I have a feeling that it might be one of the Borgs that used to race here.
Okay.
I think it was Michael Borg. And he was a larger fellow.
He's a ringer.
Yeah, so, you know, like, he'd probably have a fast bike, you know, regardless of whether he probably raced or not, if it's the same bloke. Oh, look at that little bus.
That's
That's Subaru spelled backwards, by the way.
No, that's a little Starlet GT.
Oh, yeah, it was got
EP81.
Half track, it started to wiggle.
From memory, and ran was it a 14?
14.661 at 98 and 11.228 over in the Rocket Lane. Here's this iconic, is it?
Ionic.
Ionic
5.
Oh, up against the, what's his name?
Scirocco
Up
again,
against
yeah.
Scirocco.
That might be mate.
Yeah.
All right, the EcoJet FG on its way down the Aeroflow lane. Has been getting quicker with each pass today, and the Holden Ute in the Rocket Lane. I believe passenger on board as well, which is pretty cool. You can jump in your friend's car if you buy a passenger ride-along ticket. You can go down to 11.50, I believe.
Oh, okay.
With a passenger on board.
Yep.
Each passenger, of course, has to have long sleeve, long pants, enclosed shoes, and a helmet.
Yeah.
But if your passenger doesn't have a helmet, you can organise one through the Scrutineering shed.
Mm-hmm.
When you're here, we can hire you one. So that's no problem. Little Ionic 5 getting away cleanly again. 185, 60 foot.
Wow.
11.27.
11.27.
Yeah, a little bit quicker than the first pass, actually. 11.34.
Yep.
So 123 miles per hour as well.
Yeah, gee, look at that. Wow. And a 1364 for the Scirocco.
All right, next pairing, we've got the Golf R.
Oh,
up
yeah, there's
against
that little one.
the Falcon Ute.
Oh, yeah, it's a little beauty. Don't see many of them around.
All right. And R31's got a big...
yeah.
it's a bit of a sleeper down there. The Golf goes through for a 14.33 at 102, and the Falcon Ute 15.60 at 87 miles per hour. Okay, next pairing looks like GTI Golf down there.
Over in your lane, in the Aeroflow lane.
Mark 7, yep, and Honda City, I think that is, which is
it?
Basically a Jazz, but a sedan.
A sedan, oh, I see. Oh, well, there must be a couple of all sorts of cars come through the place where you worked in.
Yeah, I see a few different things.
Yeah, so different makes and that. I'm just trying to identify some of the badges because most of the cars these days, particularly the larger cars, they all look like jelly beans to me.
Yeah.
And, you know,
no, it is getting trickier to tell them apart, that's for sure. But, I don't have photographic memory, Les. My wife will attest to that, but for some reason, makes and models of cars just stick in the heads.
I was going to say, which wife?
Yeah. Oh, forget. All right. 13.05 at 110 miles per hour for the Aeroflow lane and a 19.23 at 69 miles per hour for the Rocket lane.
Yeah, here's this little VW Polo out again. Neat little wagon, and is that is it an Outback or a Forester over?
Forester, yep, Subaru Forester.
Yeah. Oh, there's that quick little RX-7 coming up next there. The Forester gets away.
Oh, that's a lot of. I'm not sure if that was clutch or wheel spin out of the Polo then, but there was a bit of smoke coming from the front end of that car. So quite enthusiastic on the launch, which is good to see. 14.26 14.26 for the Polo to a 14.42 for the Forester. And yeah, very enthusiastic Burnout from the RX-7 down there. It's up against the RS3 again. So saw a nice, very nice clean pass from the RX-7 earlier.
Yeah.
Gets away well on 864. Yeah. Rolling through the gears.
Another 10-second pass.
Absolutely, 10:54, 45, excuse me.
Yeah. 10 big block chef.
Yeah, 10.454. That's where the 54 came from, I think. When I said that, think about a 454 big block. All right, so Mark 7 Golf R in the Aeroflow lane. Toyota Cressida in the Rocket lane.
Isn't it interesting that in Japan it's still a Cresta?
Cresta,
Well, this Ben Neal's is.
It's a Cresta, yeah. Slightly different car, apparently.
Is it?
Yeah, I believe
right.
they're a slightly different car. But I'm not an expert on it, but I think I have seen many mention a couple of things about that.
Yeah, right.
Previously, but that little Golf R went through for a 10:57 with 3, and it was an 11:02 for the Cressida. Not sure 11 cars.
Yeah, 10:50 and 11:0. It's pretty two very quick cars.
Yep.
Imports galore.
Right. Neil had a bit of a shuffle as it away. A lot of boost on board with the Falcon. Meaning a lot of wheel spin down there. Not conducive to a fast ET, unfortunately.
No.
Looks cool.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't go too fast.
Everything about that colour, everything is sort of, it's stand out against anything, against the black surface, against the concrete wall, against grass. It's just, look, it stands as bright as
Yeah, you
button.
can't miss it.
No.
That's for sure, but it's made its way down the track, which is fine. So we'll get him to go around the corner at the end there, and we'll get our next pairing up. So we've got the late model A90 GR Supra down there, and the Mazda RX-3.
Now, is it true that this Supra model does have is it either a full BMW engine or it's based on?
It's a full BMW engine, is it? The underside, we put at the workshop, we put sway bars in one not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's basically a BMW Z4. It runs a B58 3-litre twin turbo engine, which is a work of art.
Yeah, I'd say.
But yeah, under the skin, it's all BMW.
So that's
under the patch.
Is that it's more or less like a Toyota 86 and a Subaru BRZ?
Similar sort of situation. Yeah.
Bench engineering, is it?
Bench engineering, yeah. So they did RX-3, not really wanting to come up on the turbo there, not wanting to spool up. Yeah, the Supra's a great vehicle. Toyota, of course, have their own suspension tune-up, so it rides a little bit different to a Z4. But yeah, powertrain-wise, it's all BMW, which is no bad thing. The B58 engine is an amazing bit of equipment, and it's got the ZF 8-speed gearbox behind it as well, which again is even people that hate traditional automatics can't be too mad at the 8-speed. It's very, very impressive.
Well, that's it. I mean, they've gone from the very, like pure and simple Homer Simpson 3-speed, so to speak,
or a 2-speed.
Yeah, that's right, and right up to 10 speeds now.
Yeah.
I don't know why you need 10 speeds, but anyway.
Well, they work. There's two reasons, and it's mostly around efficiency, but also efficiency of the engine. Because the more gears you've got, the longer you can keep it in the efficient mode. So you've got the opportunity, whereas a 2-speed or a 3-speed, you have the big jumps between the gears. You grab a gear and it drops down by 1,500 or 2,000 RPM between each gear. The more gears you put in there, you just keep it in that nice little window. If the engine's efficient, from X to Z, means at any sort of throttle input. And you should see what they're doing in the States with the 10-speed. The Mustangs and the F-150s. Making ridiculous amounts of horsepower and very, very fast cars.
And fuel efficient. They say.
Probably more efficient than a power glide car.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you'd call, 1,000, 1,500 horsepower twin turbo Coyote fuel efficient, so to speak. But, nonetheless, we've got another pairing down here. There's the VN Capri, and is that Dennis places?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but if there's any difference, it would be the Venetian blinds at the back.
Yeah, I can't remember if this car had that. We'll see yesterday. Running very well, as always, in the track championships, but it's a very similar car, that's for sure. I would say we'd get his info on the timing screens up here if it was Dennis.
Look at this.
T91.
91 cars.
That's a good turnout.
That's fantastic.
Race for real Sunday sessions.
Yeah, still checking.
There's a lot of cars down there.
There's heaps.
Okay, so we've got the E55 is back, and so too the big Chevy truck.
Yeah, the long bed. It is when you're from here. It's really long
down,
bed.
yeah.
You can see it all right.
You put a footy team in the back.
Yeah.
I love those things. I'm a big fan.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'd love to have one just with a nice little. I mean, the wish list goes on, but a big block would be cool. But even just a nice, clean LS, just as a cruiser.
Yeah,
big fan. The E55 is not hanging around to check out the Chevy though. It's 1280 at 116 mile per hour to a 1428 with a 2 at 100 miles per hour. And chasing that reaction time as well, the Mercedes, the red 003.
Yeah, right. Okay, so he's attacking the tree as well. Yeah, good work. And who we got late and early here? We've got an LC Tirana over there in the Rocket Lane this time. The LC up against the. I couldn't see the. It looks like LH, but that little Tirana scarred right off. 195 reaction time runs it through from 10,800 flat at 126.77 and an 1174 at 117 for the LH LX Tirana over there in the Aeroflow lane.
Yep.
So they got out nice and clean.
We got two different ways of going about supercharged V8. Down here we've got the VF HSV with the LSA up against the 55 wagon in the Rocket Lane. So HSV with much better reaction time goes through from 11:51 at 119 to a 12:39 at 112 in the Rocket Lane for the big Mercedes E55. Geez, the kids would never be late to school in that thing, would they?
Oh, no, but they'd have to warn the people at the pedestrian crossing to get the, the sign.
Get the lollipop.
Yeah,
lollipop lady out of the way.
Person. Yeah. So I'll be down there in 3 seconds.
Yeah. Very nice. All right. So classic Holden up against late model Ford Mustang.
Oh, look at the Holden
there.
Yeah. For the old school.
Yeah. Little rich on the mixtures down there with the puffs of black smoke. But equals the 1203 with a 324 miles per hour to 1325 with a 4 for the Mustang in the Rocket Lane.
They've got Real Steel's a company in Queanbeyan, and they made that fancy Porsche that won Street Machine here and all that sort of
beautiful
stuff.
car.
They got well, they got one of those C10s, but they've taken, I think, 10 inches out of the width of it.
Oh, okay. Made it narrow.
Narrow.
Yeah, right.
Made it narrower.
Huh. Okay. Well, what the deal
I
is
don't know.
Did they put it over a late model chassis or something?
I think so.
Right.
Because they haven't fabricated. Yeah. Well, the chassis was all fabricated.
Yep.
But it may have come off a later model commercial vehicle.
Yeah. Okay. So
and I don't
like
know
a resto mod sort of thing. Yep,
yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Which is very cool as well because you get all the modern brakes and drivetrain stuff.
And it's got electric power steering and
beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. As much as everyone goes, bro, manual steering.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, yeah, it is, mate. Just take it easy, man. Just take it easy.
Yeah.
Just go some
Get
power
with
steering.
the program, Jack.
That's right. All right, so back around to a bit of old versus new Holden action. Down here we've got the VE HSV in the Aeroflow lane up against the LH Tirana in the Rocket lane. So Tirana with the reaction time gets away nice and cleanly. chased by the VE as it heads down there. More mile per hour on board with the VE. Tirana gets there first, 11.28 at 121 to an 11.47 at 125 miles per hour for the Aeroflow lane.
Well, it made up the distance while the cars were accelerating, you know, for the first 1,000 feet, but beyond that, it couldn't catch up. You know,
Tirana held its own.
Yeah, very much.
We have had the live stream on YouTube, Sydney Dragway official, come back to us with what that little delivery van is.
Oh,
as
okay.
well.
1, 2, 3.
A big reveal. It's a 57 Ford Escort 100E, or 57, 59, something.
Right.
Along those.
Bushy was right.
Lines. Yeah, Bushy's called it, being the old Ford. He was betting on a prefect, I think.
Oh yeah,
Ford
okay,
prefect,
but I thought it was a Hillman. He's got the manufacturer, right? Because of Ford.
Yes.
The Ford. Yeah.
Definitely. So well done to the crew on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, thanks very much for that.
We can always rely. The internet remains undefeated.
Yep.
Right, next pairing up, we've got the big Falcon.
Bit of wheel spin there.
Rolled through the beam, but that's all right. It wasn't too early, so we'll still get a time.
Yeah.
Which is good to see there. Some close one at the end. 12.66 at 119 to a 12.76 at 109 for the Rocket Lane.
Did you see that? That hot rod, when it came out of the water and you could hear it grip, like that. The front wheels came up about that.
Picked up the wheels?
Yeah.
I like it.
Fantastic.
Good, yeah, a little bit of shudder from the tyres on that one, but clean launch out of the hot rod.
Very.
154 60 foot is getting it done at 985, not a 5 at 138 miles per hour.
Oh, wow.
In a contrast, the big Commodore in the other lane went 139, but only a 1041.
Only.
So
Ouch,
comparison.
Yeah.
In comparison.
Yeah.
To a 985. That's
that's pretty quick.
That's where you've got the weight advantage in the little hot rod.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to haul as much weight across the line. Okay, next pair we've got Holden versus Ford happening down here. The Mustang up against the VF Commodore. Oh, a little red light from the Commodore, and a big lot of wheel spin from the Mustang. Thank you for getting out of the throttle early. We didn't need a repeat of what we had earlier today.
And also kudos to the guy in the Lexus or the 400. He pulled straight away off the racing.
Yep, no, that's a good point that should have made earlier. If you do have any issues with your car, you know, if there's a breakage or something's not right, just whatever lane you're in, just pull over towards the wall.
Yeah.
Towards the wall on the outside of the track. Don't go from the Aeroflow lane to the Rocket lane.
No.
Because you like to look at that wall.
Yeah.
Just move off the racing line. That's greatly appreciated by all your fellow competitors and the track crew here at Sydney Dragway. So here we go. We've got a pair of Holdens down here. Playing it way nice and early.
She's got some mumbo watch. It's going to go through the big top end charge.
Boost involved, you think, maybe?
Maybe.
Down there. 12.12. He's off it very early. So
yeah, at only 70.
He knows something that we don't. Which is a good deal. All right.
Yeah, it's a nice late model Mustang. Equally nice Commodore there as well. Very well presented. Around the top end they go, bottom end they go. Thank you, Brett, down there. It's good to see some of the Biro pilots on the staff.
Biro pilot. Yeah, otherwise known as the general manager of Sydney Dragway. Is on burnout control duty there. We're just waiting as the Commodore gets into full stage up against this striking orange Mustang.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice launch. That Commodore is getting out of there, so I dare say that could be boosted action happening. Let's have a look at the ET in mile per hour. 12.65 at 112 for the Mustang. 10.99 with a 7 at 112 mile per hour. Got a feeling.
Oh, both at 100.
I've got a feeling that Commodore was out of the throttle early as well, Les.
Well, it's sort of all of it. Well, now that
shifty
you
business.
mentioned that, I was listening and I thought I heard it, you know, that usually for a car like that that's by itself, it makes a lot of noise when the other car isn't making a noise.
Yes.
So the car in the Rocket Lane was, you know, like a bog stock exhaust system. But it did seem to button right on.
A lot of wheel spin from the VE in the Rocket Lane there, but that VRVS Commodore got out pretty handily as well.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, 179.64 for a very unassuming looking car. It's run through for a 12.46 at 107, and we had a 13.44 for the VE, but a lot of wheel spin through first and second gear there.
Yeah, well, that's washed off a lot of the speed, that's for sure.
We go back again with looks like HQ and this little hot rod. Down the track, torquing the body over. This is a race actually.
Yeah.
Pretty close together. There we go. 10.82, 125 for the hold in the Aeroflow lane, and 11.12 with a 6, 121.
Yeah, well, that little hot rod or whatever it is, well, I'll call it a hot rod. It's it looks like pre 49 or whatever the cutoff is. I think it's 1949. When you they became, that's what's called, well, you can build a later model hot rod, but you know, the body styles that they had. I'm not quite sure what sort of body it is, but it's that distinctively. She's into it.
It's running all right. 11.05 with a 6 at 123. The VE in the Aeroflow lane looked like it delivered it pretty hard, or some sort of fuel surge. It had a big pop, and a lot of black smoke came out. So sometimes it can be, you can forget when you're at the drags and you're getting a lot of passes in, or you know, you've got a lot going on, and you might forget to top up the tank.
Yeah, right.
You know, which can happen in a fuel injected application. You know, especially then it's really quick to get a little bit of fuel surge. The VX Commodore in the Rocket Lane gets away at 10.63 at 140, and then our runner in the Aeroflow lane 11.98 at 141. So good mile per hour there.
Is that the white Commodore with the body
wheel
kit?
arches and stuff? Yeah.
1060s, geez.
It's a pretty wild looking car. You see when it comes back down the turn road, it's got like a V8 supercar style style bumper on it, I think, and a reverse cowl.
Well, talking about aerodynamics, they reckoned that back in the day, that Bathurst 1967, they worked out that one of the Falcon G2s at 120 miles an hour, which is 200 kilometres an hour, the frontal area was around 7 square feet. That was pushing 1 tonne of air.
There you go.
1 tonne.
So it takes a bit of horsepower to shove that out of the way.
Yeah. So as you can see, those straight frontage cars compared to the jelly bean cars of today.
Which is odd though, Les, because if you think about it, you look at a lot of the cars that are rolling out of the factory now, they're all square.
Yeah. Well, like Volvos were famous for it, and they used to call those 760 Volvo GLEs and things like that. They were like Buicks with them.
Yeah.
Truncated back, It looks like they had a guillotine.
Chopped it off at the end. That's enough. We've finished the car.
Yeah. Yes. Well, they must have. I saw a photo, a reel came up on Facebook. There was a reel, and they had a car in it. It was a Lamborghini. It was a Huracan, I think it was. But they'd show it. Yeah, Huracan. Yep, that's the one. And it was a later model one, not one of the early ones. And they just showed, where the little pockets of air, go. And they say, well, here we put a little deflector in.
Shoot it up and over or in and around.
Yeah.
There's that VT there, pretty wild front.
Oh, yeah, look at it. That's.
Lots of things going on there.
Yeah, I'll see what he's trying to achieve. That's pretty good.
All right, next pairing with Corey Stutchbury and Rodney Balgowan up again here at the line. We had Sammy Jo Johnson, Ashley Vincent just make a pass earlier as well. I think Sammy just went into the 1150s there, which I think is heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
Nice launch by Corey Stutchbury, 039.
Yeah, well, see what was winner yesterday.
10.75 with a 5 at 125 to a 13.18 with a 4 at 86 mile per hour.
Well, that's still pretty stout as well, isn't it? 13
Yeah.
18.
Okay. Next pairing we have Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Does tens apparently, according to the number plate.
Yeah.
And, Brian Addising, of course, in the Rocket lane. Nice launch from Brian. Would have been loving those launches yesterday. He had a few wild launches with that Commodore.
Yeah.
Track champs. So yeah, and it does tens.
Yeah, it does. It does
1060
too,
with a 4 at 131 mile per hour for the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there used to be out at Bodangra in Dubbo. Bodangra's the racetrack at Wellington, but it was Dubbo City Car Club. There was a Tirana there, LH Tirana, that had DUZ-TN at 10S.
Yep.
Yeah, it does tens.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's this.
Is that
That's basically the same as this thing. Yeah.
That one, yeah.
Some form of that, anyway. Yeah. Right. So we've got the Cougar back out in the Rocket lane up against Michael Elborn in Mark Elborn's ute, I believe. This Cougar is there's a lot of movement going on.
I'll say a lot of rear end steering.
Yeah. Mrs. Robinson likes to shake it. 10.81 with a 7 at 126 miles per hour
great.
to a 12.55 with an 8 for Michael Elborn.
Look at the colour combination here.
Yeah, really cool car, really cool combination. This, I think this might be a car from Warhorse Engineering up Castleway. It's got a lot of mumbo, but
there's something
a bit of wheel spin
in the back.
Yeah, I think it might have been something hanging off the back there. Like
it might have
could be like an isolation. You know, the little isolation keys.
Yeah,
the battery isolation key.
Oh yeah.
Could be on a cable or something.
Oh
yeah,
right.
but,
I see what you mean now. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, bit of wheel hop and all sorts of almost a G-body shuffle going on with that HQ there on the launch. But yeah, some testing and tuning going on, I'm sure.
Who owns? It's not the scrap steel one.
No.
Yeah, nice little LJ Tirana, a little white one. It's going to be followed up by a bit of two-wheeled action. Oh, it is too. So that will be 91.
How dare we?
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Runs 10.34 with the 7 at 126.79 miles per hour. Yeah, it's actually the Cougar. Mrs. Robinson.
It's got. It was here at the Day of the Drags.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, yeah.
Fit right in.
It's got the gasser sort of style.
Styled,
jacked up there. So.
Yeah, it is.
Very good. A couple of bikes on the way down the track there. Pretty nice. The Rocket Lane 183.64 is not bad. Carries on for an 11.54 at 112 to an 11.57 at 122.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice pass. Next pairing, we've got the Ducati back out in the Aeroflow lane. 748, and can't quite see what the Rocket Lane bike is, but modern superbike could be Kawasaki. Sure, can't see it properly. Crosses through for an 11.16 with a 9 at 137 to a 12.79 with a 3 at 112 mile per hour.
Craig Warren, that's
Craig Warren, apologies, Craig.
Yeah.
You know, typical commentators don't know what
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
talking
that's
about
right,
unless
yeah.
we've got it right in front of our faces.
Yeah, that's right. What was your name again?
Yeah, what?
Who am I working with?
Yeah. All right, Angie Phibbs back down there in the rocket lane, doing a bit more testing on the GSXR 1000. She was here yesterday for track champs.
Oh, gee,
Yeah, a bit of clutch slip from Angie on that one. So
on the way to the tip, we'll just call into the drag races. There.
oh yeah, good. Trailer full of
Tree branches,
tree
and
branches,
shrubbery.
yeah. Thanks for cleaning everything up, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, next pairing we've got looks like the Audi S5 back down there and the Golf R. Yep. The Aeroflow lane. So looks like the Audi's going to give chase here.
Yeah.
Might have had a bit of time to cool off and chill it back down. 12:02 I think is. Oh no, it ran 11:80 earlier today. Okay, so 12:02 at 1:14 and 13:46 at 1:02 for the Golf in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh, there's that little Honda City.
Yep.
Back again over in the Aeroflow lane, up against another VW, I think there. Little, I won't say what Golf spells backwards, but it goes around there at .392 out of the hole there, very sharp on the tree, but gee, it's 13:38 with a 9 at 109.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to spy what these bikes are. So there's an XSR, I think an MT-07. That I think is a Kawasaki Ninja, and yes, that's a 748 Ducati.
Ducati 748. Oh, yeah, I think that's what I thought a Senna was, but you've corrected me.
Yeah, no, 916 is the Senna. They did 3 versions of them: a Senna 1, a Senna 2, and a Senna 3. And then MV Augusta also did an F4 Senna.
Oh, did they?
As well.
Yeah, right.
A little bit later in the piece there. That's that little turbo GT Starlet in the Aeroflow lane again. 1374 at 105.
Yeah.
And I think was it the...
what did I say it was? No.
Polo in the rocket lane?
Might have been. Yeah, that little VW Polo.
That was a 13 as well, I believe. Okay, the Audi RS3 in the Aeroflow lane gets away with 186 60 foot.
Yeah, mate.
The Crusader giving chase in 12:11.5 at 113 for the Audi and 11:28 at 126.
Yeah, right.
For the Crusader. So, all right, so we got this killer little RX-7 down here in the rocket lane, and the Tiffany Blue XR6 Turbo back again. Let's see if we can't find a little bit more traction on this pass.
Yeah, it's sort of like started to go up in smoke.
Yeah.
Not on fire.
The tyres won't fire off. There you go, that's a lot cleaner. That's making a step forward, 1.760 foot. 1.7 for the RX-7. No catching that. 10.18 at 139 and a 10.42 with a 9.
Gee, that's good, isn't it?
Miles per hour.
Yeah.
So very nice for that. Very nice for the Falcon there.
Oh, here's the big C10. Yeah, it's a lot of sheet metal.
Yeah.
Isn't it? And then when you've got the planks in the back, tip planks.
Just a bit keen on the light there. There's a cherry on the tree.
Yep.
The Holden Tunner Utes going to lead the way down there. It will cross through for a 12.14 at 112 mile per hour. The Chevy truck 14.33. 96.
Here's this beautiful little HQ. It's got the twin fours hanging out of the bonnet or the hood.
Don't be mistaken, he's going to be kept honest by that E55 in the rocket lane too.
Yeah, I thought that might be Daniel, our meeting director. He's got, well, he used to have a similar car to this.
Okay.
I think it was only like a 240 or a 220 or something like that. It was only a regular 6. It wasn't an AMG, as far as I know.
022 on the light, so pretty handy.
Yeah, it is too. He's going to keep it.
And
very
looks like he's going to just have his nose in front. Yeah, the Merc gets there first. Slower ET though, 12.65 with a 5 at 109 to a 12.48 at 110 for the HQ in the Aeroflow lane. So great pass there. You could almost put those two in Super Street.
Super Street,
Watch them all day.
That'd be fantastic. A little red Tirana LHLX. I'm not quite sure how to tell them from the back.
Yeah.
So it'd be something to do with the tail lights for sure. And over there we've got the patinarised HG.
Rusty G.
Yeah, Rusty G.
It's going to lead the way ahead of that Tirana.
Well, cruising 1170 at 118 and a 1290 at 116 in the rocket lane. Hey, that sure is a goer.
Certainly
the
is.
Patina.
Yeah.
Patina powered car. Here's the Merc station wagon. Gee, he loves it frying them tires.
Loves the burnout.
Yeah.
And we're here for it.
Yeah.
All good. So swap lanes, but same opponent. We've got the VF HSV up against the E55 AMG. HSV is definitely going to cut the number this time. A nice 60 foot, 169, 60 foot.
Yeah.
Equals an 11.52, 117 miles per hour to a 12.48 at 111 for the AMG.
Yep, so that was a 12, not much to 117 and 111, it was 6 miles an hour is different. That's pretty good for the big wagon like that.
Yep.
The Mustang and this neat HK.
HK, but it's getting up, winging down the track. It's going to show the way to the Mustang. 1185.
Yeah, look at that, because he's hanging around the 12s here, so he's dipped into the 11s.
Very nice. Be happy about that.
Nice, yeah, there's that. Yeah, you see, well, fortunately, unfortunately, you're going to see more of those European cars since the demise of our car industry.
That's correct.
So you'll see a lot more.
That's correct.
Better get used to it.
As we see the Holden Ute, well, actually two Holden Utes, one HQ style tonner in the Aeroflow lane goes through for a 13.64 at 102, and the VYVZ a 13.0 in the rocket lane.
It's amazing, you know, like having the difference between a ute with a tub and a hold, and you know, like a 1 tonner tray, because it's all flat across the back because it's mounted over the top of the wheels.
Yes. Yep.
Rather than
Down
through.
over it. Yep. Right. Grey Tirana back in the rocket lane. Gets out of the hole pretty nicely. That little combination.
Yeah. Goes hard too. Yeah. Look at that. 11.56 at 116 and a 14.70 at 106 miles per hour over in the but still 14.70. There's that Merc.
Yep.
Yeah, gee.
Wagon.
That's a serious bit of gear.
Sure is. It's a nice bit of kit. Back again, we've got VZ SS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, and the XR. I'm just going to say XR.
Yeah, it is.
On that Falcon, but it's really sort of original presenting car, but plenty of muscle.
Look at it.
Yeah, 1266. That's 109. That's the second 1266.
It is too,
I believe.
Yeah, look at that. He's the
Second
original one.
1266 with a 0.
Yeah, with the 0. Yeah. Yeah, you can always the XR got the indicator in the middle, and then the XT's got a slit across,
slot? Yeah, okay.
which divides the tail light in half.
Yep, understand. Big fan of the XR. All right, deep stage for the HSV wagon.
Oh, there's that Tirana. It's got some sad spring arrangement in it.
Yeah. The number plate reads cranky, so maybe that's just the way he likes it.
Yeah.
All right, the wagon, bit of a staging mishap there, sort of went in deep and then put it in reverse and then came back forward as the tree was dropping. So not a representative time there. But we'll move on to our next pairing. That's that Charger again, Les.
Yes, the Gunbottle Grey. Oh, it's certainly not Mercury Silver like the E49s and E38s of the day. But that, my kids used to call that George Fury's a box bluey. Okay. Because it was boxy shaped for a bluebird. They called it a box bluey.
right, so 13.40 from the Charger in the Aeroflow lane to a 12.64 on R31 Skyline down there.
Oh, I love this little hot rod down here.
Yeah, great bit of kit.
It's a beauty. And he's got the drag slicks on it, because the street slicks. It's got the Z pattern down there, the lightning. Cutouts in the world.
That's away really well. It does 54, 60 foot. The Aeroflow lane. Chase, 992 at 139 miles per hour for the hot rod.
Wow.
14.107 at 97 for the Holden.
Well, that'd probably have a roll bar built into it under that roof, you'd think.
Well, if the fact that it's done 1.9 already today, and it's just another one, it tells me that it's got a cage in it.
Yeah, so it's, I wanted to make it in, well, it probably fit into AHR in modified. You have to retain certain aspects. I think when Chad Taylor had his Land Rover, he had the grill and the apron panel had to be a standard item. That was it, and then it made it into an AHR.
Yep.
So it's about the only sedan body sedan type body or SUV type body that was that's ever been in modified eliminator, because they're usually the frame, the rear engine, front engine, rails and so forth.
And things, All right, so something not happy or something not cooperating with that Commodore, which I was anticipating a pretty good pass from that, because it was quietly just knocked a 10 out of the ballpark. But I think it crept through the beams. I saw it left before third amber on the timing screen. That's all right. I'll get it around, cool it off, and have another pass. And we've got more Holden versus Ford at the tree here. Nice launch from Aeroflow lane.
Yeah. It sounds good too, going down the track.
It's got some RPM. 9, 10, 95 with a 9, 25 miles per hour to 12.77 at 112 for the Mustang.
Yeah, it's been as quick as 10.81 with a 9. So that is quick. Oh, some great times here out of these cars today. Now, have a look at that and that. It's an LH. Yep. Now we've got the utility. Oh, I'm talking to myself there a little bit. There's that neat hot rod. That is sharp. Oh, the old ute there.
Bit of a long way round for the green ute in the Aeroflow lane. Nice pass for Commodore in Rock Lane. 139 with a 9 at 109. All 9s. 14.52, of course, at 65 miles per hour. The ute getting right out of it after that little adventure towards the wall on the short track.
Oh, this is Aidan Stutchbury now from George. Well, there's 3 of them here today, and they're probably sharing. Is this the one they're sharing?
Yes, Aidan and
Brett. Corey's got his own car. He's Super Street winner from yesterday. Oh, gee, those two are fairly quick. I'll tell you what, that LHLX on the Aeroflow lanes. Now a 10.97 and a 10.77. The 77 goes to Aidan Stutchbury in the Rocket Lane at 125 miles an hour, and a 10.97 with a 1 over there in the Aeroflow lane. Sammy Jo Johnson now, and Mr. Memory.
Cheryl Ogden.
Cheryl Ogden. Yeah, that's right. She was Rocket Lane from yesterday, and Sammy Jo, both ladies there getting stuck into a session of drag racing. Yeah, Sammy Jo Johnson. Oh, she's keen. I wonder if she arrives at the track here every day.
Yeah.
You know, expecting to there. I just called in to see if there was a meeting on today.
That's right. Well, the lane's open.
Yeah. Oh, where's everybody else?
Yeah, that's right. Super keen in drag racing, and runs through from 11.61 with a 3 at 115 miles per hour. Cheryl Ogden 15.67 at 88 miles per hour. Great reaction time from Cheryl there, an 0.40.
0.40, yeah.
Very nice. We've got Ashley Vincent back again in the little VE Commodore in the the Aeroflow lane, another Street Fighter competitor. And then Carolyn Hayes, I believe it is, in the Rocket lane.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So it looks like nitrous assistance on the launch. It's Rana there. It's going to get out of the hole pretty clean.
Gee, look at that.
60 foot. Runs through for a 972 with a 6 at 141 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, that's the best hit for her today.
Yeah, well, she's got Mr. Freeze down there in her pit box. Mark Hayes. No stranger to nitrous systems, so they'll just be creeping up on that and building Carolyn's, building her confidence and just slowly chipping away at the tune-up. That car was built basically as drag and drive style.
Oh, drag drive, yeah. I thought you meant to drag on.
Fire.
Yeah.
So, all right, bit better short track from that grey HJ, I
saw
think
it
it is down there.
Yeah, that was it.
On the pinks very early, but 1:4:60. Nice 10:001 for the Aeroflow lane. So
yeah, that was sharp too.
Right on the money there. 147 miles per hour. I think was that
147.
I think that might have been Eden Abella in the Ute again down there.
Oh, yeah, gee, that Ute, he's got it going really well, hasn't he?
Did dip into the nines.
Yeah.
Last pass out. So. Very good.
Okay, we've got Michael Earlborn in the Rocket lane. Oh, we've both back.
All right, so we'll just have to pause proceedings there. So there's been a small incident in the pits. Ad break, and if you're here at the track, please feel free to go up and see Denise and grab a coffee and some donuts or anything else. Go nuts for donuts. We'll be right back with more action here at Sydney.
Drag racing, it isn't just a sport, it's our legacy. Performance, it isn't just a word, it's our promise. 3 generations, 1 unwavering passion. Speedflow, where innovation meets performance. Proudly Australian, unmistakably world class. Speedflow.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Building a street car through to a race car? Be sure to think of Aeroflow Performance. The ever-increasing range that started with just hose, fittings and fuel system components has grown to include boosted turbochargers, bang shift shifters, X-Pro ignition and electrical accessories, Bosch motorsport products, fabrication parts, as well as driveline and engine components. With an exceptional distribution network and inventory, Aeroflow products are always within reach. With more to come in the future, be sure to keep an eye out at aeroflowperformance.com.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Heavy Duty magazine is the proud sponsor of Sydney Dragway Street Bike. Editor Mick Withers is a long-time racer and supporter of this entry-level bracket. Heavy Duty is Australia's #1 Harley-Davidson magazine, with road tests of new Harleys, features on wild customs and tech articles from riders with grease under their fingernails. Heavy Duty is also proud to sponsor modified bike champion Sean Ricketts, upcoming junior drag bike racer Anastasia Lucky, and modified bike racer Peter Bartlett. Grab your copy of Heavy Duty magazine from heavyduty.com.au.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
Simpson Race Products Australia offers the widest range of safety gear, including helmets, Simpson hybrids, boots, driving suits, gloves, harnesses, underwear, accessories, and much more. Whether you're on the drag strip, circuit, or off-road, Simpson Race Products Australia has all the gear to keep you protected. Built to protect every race, every track, every lap. Simpson Racing Products Australia. For more information or to get some of the best safety equipment in Australia, send an email to sales@simpsonraceproducts.com.au or contact them directly on 0407 108 103 or 02 9545 6662.
And we're back here at Sydney Dragway. It is Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions. Today, Sunday, 13th of April. Very big thank you to everyone that's here at the track, enjoying the racing that's going down, and the people that are joining us on board the live stream on YouTube, Sydney Dragway Official. We're going to get back into some racing. We've got the tractor just going back into position up there. The gate will be closed. We'll be good to go. We've got Brian Addising in the Aeroflow lane and Michael Elborn in HQ Ute in the Rocket lane. Down there, ready to make some passes. These vehicles are often here competing in Super Street in the New South Wales Track Championships, which are running basically every month throughout the year. If you're really excited, really keen on drag racing, why not have a look into it? There's plenty of classes that you can enter a vehicle, whether it's a regular daily driver or something a bit more specifically built for drag racing. There's plenty of options to come and chase a trophy if you feel like it. But if full-time competition isn't your thing, that's why we're here. That's why Aeroflow Performance have gotten behind the Race for Real program at Sydney Dragway, and letting everyone bring their street cars and even some of their race cars out to have a run on a Sunday. It's a good deal. We've got Michael Elborn there. It's a nice reaction time, 042 in the Rocket lane, but Brian Addising a little bit behind on the reaction time, but does have the horsepower advantage, 11.09 with a 1 at 122 miles per hour to a 12.56 with a 3 at 106. And mentioning our track championship races, we've got Corey Stutchbury here in the Aeroflow lane. He did actually win the Super Street class yesterday here at Sydney Dragway, so why not just park the car up overnight and come and do a few more laps on Sunday and get even further dialed in. 047 reaction time, a 153 60 foot nitrous assisted LS making its way on down the quarter mile, crosses through for a 10.75 with a 7 at 125 miles per hour. So very nice pass for Corey. Back through to some two-wheel action here. I think we've got an MT-07 and maybe an XSR Yamaha. I think down on the track. Whoa, big wheel stand from the Aeroflow lane. That's a good way to catch yourself out. Keep your head up, mate. I know you might be a bit worried, but we don't want you crossing the centre line as well. So it's 12.109 with the big wheel stand penalty in the Aeroflow lane. And Angie Phibbs in the Aeroflow lane. Sydney Dragway track official and track championship competitor up against the beautiful Ducati 748 in the Rocket lane. Obviously a bit of a horsepower discrepancy here, but there's nothing like doing it in style. Okay, Angie's going to lead the way down there. She will cross for an 11.33 with a 2 at 141 miles per hour to a 12.65 at 112. The Rocket Lane. And that'll bring us back into four-wheeled racing. We've got the FG G6E in the Aeroflow lane up against, I think it's an Audi S5. FG gets out pretty cleanly down there. The Audi gives chase, but a bit of a difference there in reaction time, of course. Falcon goes through for a 12.16 with a 718 mile per hour and 11.99 at 114. So back into the 11s for the Audi. All right, so Golf on Polo at the line. The little GTI gets away first. And Polo, I'm pretty sure, has maybe a few mods in it because it came off the line with plenty of smoke pouring off the tyres earlier on today. Definitely gets along a little better than maybe it should. A 13.02 at 110 for the Golf and a 13.25 at 115 mile per hour for the Polo. Certainly a bit of a tune up there. Okay, we've got this super clean Series 1, 2, 3 RX-7. Rocket Lane. Really nicely today in 10-second range. Against that Audi RS3. Great looking car. There we go, 10.28 at 136 for the RX-7. It's got a 12.58, 4 at 109. Okay, a bit more rotary action for you now with an RX-3 in the Rocket Lane, 4-door. Had a bit of an issue getting the car up onto the converter and making boost. I think the last time it tried to make a pass, just didn't really want to agree with the driver, but hopefully we've got that figured out and can get a bit more of a representative pass out of this cool little RX-3. Starlet GT Turbo in the Aeroflow lane gets away well. RX-3 making some boost, wants to lift the wheels off the ground. There's a bit of, not exactly sure what's going on with that RX-3, but it sort of comes up and down, so maybe some boost control issues or something going on with the tune-up there. But looks like it's got a lot of potential once they get it figured out. Next pairing, we've got the sleeper R31 Skyline down there, the 4-door. No doubt RB30 Turbo on board up against the FGX XR6 Turbo. He's got a lot of stall going on with that turbo, trying to get it to come up on boost. R31 is going to lead the way home down there in the Aeroflow lane. With an 11.07 with a 4 at 129 mile per hour up against an 11.87 at 120 for the Falcon in the Rocket lane. Right. Next pairing will be the Holden 1-tonner Ute up against the LC Tirana. Both LC definitely with the advantage there. Price actions on the back window, certainly earning his keep today. 10.81 with a 4 at 125 mile per hour, so very healthy combination in that Tirana. Okay, we've seen this. We've seen both of these cars a few times today. This Tiffany Blue Falcon has been working on it. Ran a 10 last time out. Tirana gets away first. Falcon seems like it's on song as it leaves. 179, 60 foot, probably similar to its last good pass. There we go, a 1041. Backs up a 1042 at 138 miles per hour. So good to see some consistency out of the Falcon there. A couple more Holden Utes coming through here, new versus old. HQ Stu in the rocket lane, getting the reaction time. But the VZ in the Aeroflow lane is going to have a horsepower advantage. A good bit of mile per hour on top. So a 1289 at 114 to a 1383 at 100 miles per hour. All right, so we've got this cranky Tirana back down here, and we don't just say that because it sounds cranky. It acts cranky. So check this thing out when it comes off the line. It's manually shifted, and the driver is not afraid of dropping the clutch. So here we go. Big hop in first gear, bang into second gear, bang into third gear. Off he goes. He's going to grab fourth around the half-track mark. The Tirana in the Aeroflow lane runs an 11.03, 124, and cranky at 11.94 at 113 mile per hour. Plenty of enthusiasm on board in the rocket lane. Okay, we've got this nice Charger back down in the rocket lane. And VE wagon, which is, that's probably looking like the best pass so far for the VE wagon. It did come out earlier, did a big smoke show the first pass, and then struggled to get off the line, but that was a nice one, 13.05 at 109. And 14.24 at 98 miles per hour for the Charger in the rocket lane. Okay, S550 Mustang in the Aeroflow lane up against the big Chevy truck. It's been running in the 14-second mark. Not a bad reaction time for the big girl in the rocket lane. 1:11 reaction time. For a 14.33 at 100 miles per hour to a 14.65 at 104 for the Mustang Aeroflow lane. A couple of classics down here. We've got the hot rod in the rocket lane. It's running in that high 10-second range, I believe. Mad 71 HG Holden in the Aeroflow lane. It's got a big air cleaner out the bonnet. Tough street look. Oh, gets away a little bit early on the tree, but no big deal today. HG is going to make its way on down there. Hot rod 11.108 at 122 to a 14.55 at 95 for the Aeroflow lane. Okay, so we've got the Fentech VX Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. It's a pretty wild looking combination. I believe it's a turbo LS combo happening there. And then this VZ, red VZ in the rocket lane is a pretty tidy thing. I think that's also got a bit of turbo action happening under the bonnet there. Here we go. This should be an interesting pass. We've got 175.60 to a 169. Let's see who's got it at the big end. It's close. 10.36 with a 4 goes to the VX in the Aeroflow lane at a 10.44 with a 0 at 144 mile per hour for the red Commodore in the rocket lane. So nice pass for those pair of boosted Commodores down there. Next up, it is yet again an all Holden affair. We've got the HQ in the Aeroflow lane. Nice reaction time, 0.27 as it hops up off the line. The VE HSV is doing the chasing right now. I'm not sure if it's going to get there. We've got Holden in the Aeroflow lane at 10.83 with a 4 at 126. It's first. At 10.72 with a 1 at 118 for the VE in the rocket lane. Okay, this tidy LH Tirana 4-door back at the strip. And this white VY Ute. It's the LS Turbo combination, I would say, on the 10-second range. Let's see if the Tirana can get out there. Big advantage on the line, and it does. A 10.98 with a 6 to a 10.17 with a 2 at 141 miles per hour. Very nice combination. Now, don't have any details on this VRVS Commodore in the Aeroflow lane, but it gets away pretty well. Nice reaction time, good 60 foot. I think it's running the 12-second mark, so not sure on the engine combination, but the VE PSI in the Rocket Lane has been a bit of an animal today. It's running real street license, so it will be running quicker than the 10-second ET. Runs on through 10.03 with a 4 this time around at 145 miles per hour. So a little bit slower in the short track there, a 1.9 60 foot. But plenty of horsepower on display. Okay, here we are. I think I can't read the number plate on. Whoa, bit of a wild launch from the Rocket Lane there. Picked up the wheels and headed towards the wall. Ooh, and a lot of wheel spin for the Holden Ute in the Aeroflow lane there. So 2 slightly disappointing passes at the line for that pair. 134 60 foot was heading in very much the right direction for the car in the Rocket Lane. We'll see if they can get their heads around that combo as the day goes on. We've still got a couple of hours of racing. Cheryl Ogden and Ashley Vincent back at the line there. Street Fighter competitors. Cheryl Ogden again with a nice reaction time, 0.86. Those 2 vehicles, as much as they look like regular daily drivers, they are. But that means that they can compete in the Street Fighter class, which is basically 1250 up. Track championships, so that's one of those entry-level categories that we've mentioned that you can enter if you're interested in running a championship, a local track championship here at Sydney Dragway. You don't need any wild equipment to get into that and all sorts of things. Running that class just yesterday. So Aiden versus Corey Stutchbury now on the track. Aiden in the VH Commodore, the Corey VX. 10.86 with a 1 at 126 for Corey, a 10.77 with a 1 at 126 for Aiden. So Aiden still hanging on to the family bragging rights today with the quicker ET. We've got the Mercury Cougar down here. It's a bit of a wild ride, known as Mrs. Robinson. Cleaner launch this time actually for so not sure what the crew have done there down in the pits, but yeah, they've cleaned it up. 10.84, 125 miles per hour. There's no slouch. All right, we've got partners in life and drag racing. I won't say crime because I don't know them that well, but Sammy Jo Johnson down here in the Aeroflow lane and Brian Adder-Singh in the Rocket Lane. Very tough super street competitors. Ooh, Brian gets the bragging rights there with a better 0.52 reaction time to an 0.66. He's going to lead the way home for Sammy Jo. An 11.03 at 124 to an 11.608 at 116. Brian, of course, running a nitrous-assisted LS combo to Sammy's naturally aspirated setup. Both of them just taking the opportunity to get extra laps in here at Sydney Dragway. Not that they need any extras. They're here pretty much every time the gates are open, which we thank them for, being big supporters of Sydney Dragway. We're very happy that we can fuel their passion for the sport. Eden Abella now down in the Rocket Lane. So that turbo VZ Commodore Ute. Boost on board with that one, but 60 foot a little bit lazier than early today. A 9.99 with a 2 though at 147 miles per hour. So yeah, heading in the right direction. Eden did run a 9.88 earlier today, which we'll have to try and confirm, but I think it was a PB because that car's always been running in the 10-second range. Right, next pair, we've got Wild HQ up against Rusty G. The G's bumped through a bit early on the tree there, so no time will be shown. And Wild HQ 11.012 at 140 miles per hour. So nice mile per hour there from the queue. Thermally Fryers, of course, no stranger to Sydney Dragway, or really any patch of asphalt that they can make some smoke on. But good to see him back out here enjoying Sunday sessions. Brought to you by Aeroflow Performance Products. Okay, looks like we've got the Mad 71G back down in the burnout box there, just waiting for the crew to confirm everything's all good on the track. I know I've mentioned it a couple of times today, but you will notice the timing boards at the big end of the track there, plus Aeroflow and Rocket lanes. You can see now, while the sun's still out, that the ET, the top of the timing board, the time that the cars are running is getting a little difficult to see. There's a couple of decades of service that those boards have given us here at Sydney Dragway, and it is starting to show. The Aussie UV is starting to affect those. So you'll notice on the lower section where the mile per hour comes up that we've got a couple of different greens happening down there. So the greens are nice and easy to see during the day as opposed to the orange, but they've proven, if it's a little bit too bright, they've proven quite difficult to actually read at night time. So we've got 3 different versions going on down there, but hopefully we've nailed it with the 3rd one, and we'll be able to get those installed sooner rather than later. As we see the track crews just checking out the deep end right at the finish line there, just after the finish line. We're just trying to make sure that there's not too much. Yeah, we think maybe that HQ dropped a little bit of something at the big end of the track. Might have been coolant or whatnot, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, just trying to see if the crew's still very concerned or they're just double checking. No, looks like it's giving the thumbs up. Yeah, I can see Shane Beekman on the YouTube stream saying we need a dimmer switch for nighttime with the boards, which yes we do have. Shane, you're spot on. We can set it at less brightness, like 50% brightness, which we've tried. But the first 2 sets of the green LEDs that we put in there still actually became blurry when it was quite dark. So. Yeah, it's you wouldn't think it'd be that hard to put some lights in and make it work for everyone, but yeah, it is a little bit trickier. Nonetheless, we've got the Mad 71G making another pass down there in the Aeroflow lane. It's a 14.189 at 95 miles per hour for the HG Holden. And we'll get back into a bit of motorcycle racing. So the Yamaha MT in the Aeroflow lane had a bit of a wheel stand last time, but managed to avoid that on this pass, which is very good. Head down, getting into the full tuck position, trying to maximise the ET and mile per hour. So an 11.501 at 114 miles per hour to an 11.25 with a 9 at 123 miles per hour. Which I think it's an XSR in Yamaha in the Rocket lane, but not the easiest things to identify motorcycles from up here in the commentary box. Next pair of bikes up at the line. We've got unmistakable Ducati 748. It's down there in the Rocket lane. And 11.22 for the Aeroflow lane at 139 miles per hour to a 12.56 at 114 for the Rocket lane. Back around into the cars. So we've got little Golf GTI in the Aeroflow lane and the Honda City in the Rocket lane. The GTI's made plenty of passes today, which is always good to see. Same as this Audi S5 that's coming up. It's an all-wheel drive Burnout. That's pretty brave to throw all the power through all four wheels down there. Good to see. It's, I think that was one of the first cars down the track today as well. So plenty of passes under the belt. Another 179 60 foot off the two-step. Launch control, I should say. So at 11.97 with a 5 at 114 for the Audi. Back into our next pairing. We've got the Audi RS3, latest gen, and a little VL Turbo, I think it is. Aeroflow lane. RS3 is going to lead the way home. Down there with a 12.60 with a 9. 110 miles per hour to a 14.33 with a 7 at 105. Nice launch from VE-PSI down there. It got out of the hole, but a bit of wheel spin, I think. 2.0, 60 foot. Has not translated the XR6 in the Aeroflow lane with a lot of wheel spin as well. Unfortunately, 12.20, so it gets a bit tricky out here at Sydney Dragway, and the sun's been on the track for quite a while. A lot of UV on the surface, so you've got to sort of work around it, see what you can do with tyre pressures or the launch. It's just something that you've got to work on, which, the more laps that you do, the better you'll be able to get around it. Tirana versus Holden Ute on the strip down there, an 11.04 with an 8 at 128 for the Tirana in the Rocket lane, and an 11.84 with a 7 at 114 for the Ute. And next pair will be that VE Commodore wagon up against the Chevy truck. Right, the Chevy truck's got the reaction time there, but the wagon certainly showing the horsepower. Yeah, 13.004, 111 miles per hour to a 14.26 at 100. Nice. Next pairing, late model Mustang up against bad hit from Q in the Rocket lane. 157 60 foot. Pretty stout for a street car. 1083 with a 2 at 125 miles per hour. Okay, we've got the beautiful Tirana back down here in the Rocket lane, 275 NOS. Is the name. Carolyn on board. Her and Mark Hayes have just been creeping up on the tune-up. Bobble from the suspension by the looks of things, but 152 60 foot, and looks like they've got a bit more assistance in that combo. So no, right in the pocket, 972 at 136 miles per hour. That's you can see Mark down there. Mark, that's not a bad lick by Carolyn. So good work on the tune-up, mate. And we can see, I think it's the HJ from memory. If that number plate on the green is from Horse Motorsports up the coast. They're doing sort of a 1/3, 330 hit down there. That was a 138 60 foot, so a little bit more under control than the last pass. I wanted to have a closer inspection of the Rocket Lane wall. All right, Angela back here in the Rocket Lane on the Suzuki. Getting plenty of laps to get back comfortable, start chipping away at the ET. Regular competitor in mod bike, modified bike, at bikereview.com.au, around the sponsors since the beginning. Bit of a clutch scenario there for that launch. Pairing up, we've got the Ducati back again, 748. And I haven't really been able to identify this other bike so far. I think it's a Kawasaki Ninja 1000, possibly. But yeah, rolled through and bumped the beams on that one. Love those modern sports bikes with the quick shifter enabled. Sounds great. Okay, back up to the line, we've got Commodore Ute. It's run in the 10-second range today, and the FGX XR6 Turbo. There, I think it's running low 12s. Let's see, he's got stalled right up as the back of the Falcon squats down, almost touches the ground. It's away the Commodore with big advantage to 60 there at 159. 60 foot's probably going to end up with 2 seconds faster. There we go, so 11.88 with a 6 for the Falcon, but 10.09 with an 8 at 139 for the Commodore. Heading in the right direction for a 9-second pass with that Commodore. All right, up next we've got the Silver VZ Ute and Cranky RH. Oh! He's almost lost the number plate off the back of the Tirana with that clutch dump. Don't know if you call his technique one of finesse, but it's certainly entertaining. So 12.02 with a 912 for the Tirana to a 13.158 at 113. All right, next pairing back around. We've got the Charger versus the Holden Ute. Tonner, big checkerboard, checker plate tray on the back of there. 13.49 at 101 for the Charger. That was a nice pass actually. Pretty clean. I think last pass was a 14, so a nice improvement from Chrysler. The FHSV getting away quite swiftly, and RS3 just getting its launch control figured out, I think, by the looks of things. BF crossing through for an 11.41 with a 7 at 119 miles per hour, 119.98. So let's just call it 120 miles per hour, and the RS3 at 13.09. The Aeroflow lane. Okay, here again, VL Aeroflow lane. A lot of wheel speed off the line from VL there, so really tried to get the boost building early on with that one. An 11.09 with an 8 at 128 for the Tirana, so nice pass there. 14.46. So Golf GTI in the Rocket Lane. We've got the VZ Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Come forward into stage. We'll see the lights drop and they'll both get after it. something's not behaving for the Commodore down there. There's a couple of times he's tried to get it into stage and stage up. More than likely a trans brake issue, I would say. We'll see. We'll see if they can't get that figured out. Might be able to get back around for another pass. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, they'll get him out on the early exit gate there, just past the finish line. I think it's a SVS. It had the SS powertrain combination, but it wasn't the SS. What do they call those? Anyway, next pairing, we're back into the dialed-in racing crew. There's a bunch of our track championship racers that have all gotten together. And they're having a great time out here at Sydney Dragway. We're all here for it. Brian Addising up against Aiden Stutsbury. Both Super Street competitors. Aiden with the 022 reaction time. Very nice. 155, 60 foot. He's going to lead the way for a 1071 with a 2 at 126. That's low ET of the day for Aiden. 1135 for Brian Addising. Okay, now Corey Stutsbury in the Rocket Lane. Yesterday's track champs Super Street winner. Sammy Joe Johnson in the Aeroflow lane. Nice reaction time from Sammy Joe, 053. Looks like Corey was almost caught unawares on that one, 215, relatively sleeping, and only a 213.60 for Corey, so yeah, maybe missed out on that one. It's definitely, maybe he ran without the nitrous. 1160 with an 8 for Sammy Joe. 12s for Corey. Well, motorcycles again. So obviously the car numbers look like they're starting to dwindle out in the lanes. Here it has been a fairly long day of racing here at Sydney Dragway. The Race for Real Sunday sessions brought to you by Aeroflow Performance Products. Red light on the tree from Angie. Should be happy about that. Lead the way through the finish line there at 10:51 with a 2 at 144 miles per hour. 2 at 10:93 with a 9 at 142. Okay, the Ducati 748 on a solo pass. This one. Really individual sound out of those mid-90s. Ducati twin engines. Alright, back around with the Audi Coupe up against the Chevy truck. Gee, I love the sheet metal in the back of that Chevy truck. If you get the chance to have a look, the way they've got the wheel tubs fabricated in there to obviously let it run nice and low. Wolfpack is the number plate on it. Let's see what the Audi's got this time. Can it drop that 11-second quarter time down a little bit further? 60's in the right zone, 175. Let's see if we can carry it the whole way down the track. It's going to cross the line first, 1194. So not quite there in the big end to a 14:39. So very consistent from the Chevy down there. Okay, got Mustang back out in the Aeroflow lane and the little yellow RX3 rotary combination back out again. Let's see if you can't get it under control and get it away on some boost. Comes the RPM. Oh, big steer towards the wall. He stayed into it with a big steer job down there. So let's see what the ET brings from the little RX3. It's a 10.017 at 137 miles per hour. Great to see the driver wrestle that little car down the track. It's been a bit of a handful today, but yeah, looking good. Right, VZ Ute in the Aeroflow lane, Charger in the Rocket lane. 004 red, close but no cigar. Lane. Let's see where it gets to. Yeah, 13:44. Nice pass again for the Charger. G'day, Les.
Oh, good afternoon, Patrick. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm all right.
Yeah, it's got a little red robin there.
Yeah, that's right. The screensaver on the
Yeah, it's beauty.
on the
Oh, just having a look around the pits. There's some extremely quick cars around there, and the people are having fun. I was just teeing up with a young lady down there.
Right.
Her two boys are racing. One's in an Audi and the other's in a Golf.
Oh, yeah, okay. So the RS3 probably.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's got sanity number plates on it.
Yes. Yeah.
And the little Golf. So the guy at the head of the staging
GTI
lane,
there,
he's teed it up as well.
Yep. Okay.
So
we've got a heads-up family
affair.
jewel.
Yeah, I
okay.
said, are they both still living at home? And she didn't. I didn't catch what she said. Anyway, but I said, oh well, there'll be something around. See, XR768 on that Mercury Cougar there. That little hot rod's got an LS in it. You know, the one with the lean.
Yeah, with the lean.
Yeah, with the lean too.
What sort of body is it?
I don't know. It's got a like a Pontiac.
Okay.
In the grill bit, it's got like the little Pontiac arrowhead that comes down with a line down the middle.
Yep.
It's got that in, but the LS is carburetted, twin fours on a tunnel ramp.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's a beauty.
It's working.
Yeah, it's great. The guy wasn't in it, so I couldn't compliment him.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I'm complimenting him now, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
He was in the staging lanes just when I went down there.
There you go. All right, the little Honda City gets out. The Cougar just having a pause. To see how far we can let the Honda get out before he tries to get it up by the end there. And
he was probably left it a bit late.
Too late. Ooh. By the looks of things, yeah. 17:41 at 80 miles per hour for the Honda. A 10:76 with a 6 at 126 for the Mercury.
60 miles, 100 kilometres an hour difference.
Yeah. All right, we've got
here they are,
brother on brother down here in. We've got the Golf GTI in the Rocket Lane and brothers in the Audi RS3 in the Aeroflow lane.
Yes, she said they've been racing all day, but not together.
Yep.
And she just wanted. I didn't know they were racing. I thought she was starting from scratch, but there she is. She's getting them both on film now. Cars on film. Oh, both cars out. A 237 and a 396. The RS is out in front.
Yeah, RS3's in front at the moment. The GTI is not shy at horsepower. Those trying to get back, but it's not going to quite make it. So 12:33 with an O at 112 miles per hour for the Aeroflow lane, and 12:99 with a 1 at 111. So the brother in the Audi gets the bragging rights.
Right, yeah.
He's the fastest son.
Fastest,
There's
yeah.
proof.
Yep.
And it's been recorded.
Yeah, and
so.
mum's the referee. Yeah, isn't it funny? You know, your kids grow up nowadays, and the boys tend to gravitate to their mother, and the girls gravitate to the father these days. Oh, yeah, so one's more lenient than the other for the wrong reason.
Certain things.
Yeah.
All right, next pairing. Just having a quick look at. The Holden, just making sure that it's not dropping anything too serious down there.
No, she's not looking up here.
No, it's pretty hard to see us.
Yeah. Who wants to see us?
Yeah, that's right. It's bad enough they've got to listen to us.
Yeah, listen to us.
Let alone look at us. Jeez.
Oh, I'd rather be sort of like incognito. Oh, what's going on here?
It's dropping a little bit of something.
Oh, right, okay.
Unfortunately, the Serrano.
gets out of the hole there with the 0.120 reaction time. Runs it through at half track at 8:42 at 87. Goes through the quarter at 12:82 at 112.73 miles an hour, or nearly 113. I think the lanes are closed now for the drag racing side. I heard them give the call, and they were asking the Burnout guys to start lining up.
Yep, we've got a Burnout cars lined up in the staging lanes out the back there. So this will be last pair of cars down the track, and then obviously we can see Angie down there is going to make one final pass on the little GSXR.
I have that Ducati went past. It's a rattly old thing.
Yeah, they've got a dry clutch.
Oh,
so
have they?
The clutch doesn't sit in an oil bath.
Oh, yeah.
So when you've got it in neutral and it out, the clutch plates rattle around.
Oh, do they? Yeah, well, that's exactly what it sounded like, and I thought, oh, geez, wheel bearings need changing there.
All right, one final pass for this pair of cars. So 174 for the Commodore in the Rocket Lane, and 175, 60 foot for Eden Bella, 998 with a 9 at 147 to a 1302 with a 1 at 104. So I'm sure Eden will be pretty happy to run a bunch of nines today.
Yeah, he'll be really pleased.
Very, very good.
I should have stuck my head in his car, but you know, like they're moving that quickly down there. Just a bit bike action now. Angela Phibbs Hunt from Pitt Town, Suzuki GSXR 1000.
A little red, but a bit cleaner away from the line this time for Angie. So not too bad. Pick your foot up, Angie.
Yeah.
You're giving away ET.
Yeah.
With that foot hanging off the peg.
Oh, we'll streamline people's legs real quick, mate. We'll get them in 1 second lower.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so this is our last pair of bikes before we get started on Burnouts.
Oh, that's the guy in the Ducati as
Yep.
well.
That's right. Off we go. So get on down there. Don't forget, guys, we'll need you in the spectator seating area to move back up above the blue section. If you see the blue seats there in the grandstand, that's everyone talking to you in the grandstand here at Sydney Dragway. You got to move up higher than the 6th row. So where the blue seats are, please just sit up above that line in the grandstand when the Burnouts start. Otherwise, we will not start the Burnouts, and that's what we know a lot of you here are for. So, yep, all those folks that are moving up, thank you very much. And everyone else that's standing down in the first couple of rows there, just move on up. So we can see you on the screen. That's you guys. Thank you very much.
You can stay in that lane, that particular lane, but just move up level with up there past the first blue seats.
Yep, just a little bit higher. That's great, guys. So the last thing you want is to enjoy a Burnout with a slap in the face from a bit of tyre rubber or a steel radial belt. Not a keen enthusiast for that one. So
no, well, it's a bit gets a bit like the highway. All those asphalt alligators that you see by the side of the road.
Asphalt alligators, absolutely. All right, here come the Mang machines leading the way out, our Burnout entrance. So we've got quite a few today. 10 cars, I believe.
10?
Yeah, I think it started off 11, but the number 11 car decided that it couldn't wait for the Burnouts this afternoon and wanted to be a bit silly down the back of the paddock area. So
that impatient person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nonetheless, we've still got
7
cars out here. Yeah, I can see some. Maybe that's what we've got for today, but we know plenty of people are always keen to see some skids here at Sydney Dragway, and there's no shortage of them coming up on Friday. Good Friday Burnout event here at Sydney Dragway, probably one of the biggest Burnout events held in New South Wales. It's always a good show for everyone. Plenty of pro cars, plenty of amateurs, but yeah, lots of skids, that's for sure.
What's the deal with the choo-choo train type of effect? That they're all in a line? Heading the opposite way.
They're just getting them all to head down there so they can do a U-turn and come back down to stage.
Oh, right,
So
okay.
the Burnout cars, Les, at the So you see where the on the return road,
yes,
where the plastic barriers sort of start before the
yep.
That's basically their start line.
Yep.
So we'll get all the competitors to follow the quad down.
Yep.
They'll do a U-turn down near the tractor. Or all turn around and come back down and basically line up.
Oh, right, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
For the competitors. So just makes it easier so that everyone knows exactly where they're going and no one has to guess, oh, are you doing a U-turn or a 3-point turn?
Oh, yeah, and you get this on the
Follow us.
Yeah.
And it stops people trying to cut some loops on the grass.
Well, I agree with that.
You know what it's like when you got to do a U-turn and there's a bit of grass there. Just give it a whoop.
Yeah,
whoop,
yep, that's
whoop.
right. Yeah,
Come around.
Just want burnt rubber and asphalt underneath you.
That's it.
Oh, I see. There is method in the madness,
yes,
so
indeed.
it would appear.
Absolutely.
Great. Oh well, they're getting set up for the Friday, spelt with a Y.
Yes.
For Friday.
Good Friday.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, some wild cards enters. I haven't actually seen the entry list for Good Friday, but there's no shortage. It's basically Sydney's supply of blower shop 671s. All congregate here at Sydney Dragway.
Do they?
For Good Friday.
Yeah, other people go on picnics and things together.
Yeah, 671s, 871 blowers. No shortage of those. But yeah, as we mentioned earlier, it's not as easy as it seems to put on a proper judged burnout, especially on the pads when there's so much rubber down.
Yeah,
it catches a lot of people out. You know, they think, oh, I'll just go in there and do some donuts
like
I do on the street. But
right,
then all of a sudden the car doesn't want to steer, or it doesn't want to stop, or it doesn't want to, you know, or it's hard to keep the tyres turning because there's so much rubber on the pad. But I'm pretty sure we'll get a good show this afternoon here at Sydney Dragway. It's the end of Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions, and we'll cap it off with some skids for you. So we've got the first one lined up down there.
Yeah, and we'd like to thank Aeroflow for the sponsorship for this Sunday for the drag racing portion of the program today. It was fantastic watching and all the different sort of makes of cars, models of cars. There was a young lady in a bright blue, brand new Mustang down there. She was, she looked to be having a whole bunch of fun.
That's good. That's what we want.
Yeah. So, and they're all in the car. There was one group there, they've got a Porsche and they were taking the kids' photographs and it was done in martini colours.
Oh, yeah, okay. Nice.
Yeah, and they're taking photos of the youngsters.
It's
pretty cool.
Didn't see the Porsche make a pass today.
No, it must have, I don't know, must have just come in. Yep. It's right at the front. It's as you come out of the scrutineering shed, it's virtually straight in front of you.
Okay, cool.
So they might have come in later. I never saw it all day.
That's all right. Okay, we've got the fire crew getting into position. The Ambos making their way down. Just a reminder, guys, if we can keep everyone up in line with that blue seating up in the grandstands there. So just trying to creep down. We need everyone back up behind the blue seating in the grandstands. So I think you can see just one young fella there. Probably doesn't want to. Probably doesn't want to agree with what his parents are telling him to do. But we've got you on the big TV across the way, mate. So you can. Look, you're busted.
Yeah.
We see you, mate. I know you're super keen for skids. We are too. You got to go and sit up with mum and dad, all right? Good on you, buddy. And here we go. We have kicked it off with the first skidder. So give them a round of applause. Get behind them. They're out here to entertain you. one tyre gone, can't be far away. See the sparks from the belts. Stay into it, my friend. There she goes. 2 tyres off within 3 minutes. Not a bad effort, so we might as well finish them off. All right. That is a good deal. That's 3 minutes of burnout goodness. 2 tyres popped. The mighty Mang lives to see another day. All right, next one is up and turning the tyres in the entry road. Got the roof racks on board. Big tip in on the way down there. The mighty VP Commodore. That was a wall tap. That was a wall tap, I'll call it. I seen it on the camera. All right. Still got both tyres lit. Minute 30 in. Gotta be getting low. That sounds like a tyre, if not 2. We've got 1 down. We've got 1 down. Still got 1 to go. Come on, you got 55 seconds to get it done. There she goes. Nice effort from the VP. Stalled it out. So give him a round of applause for the VP down there. Good effort. Just recover a bit of rubber and a bumper. Yeah, active weight reduction during the skid down there, Adam. All right, next one's up. The entry, good wheel speed to get things kicked off. gear happening here. Two tyres before the 2-minute mark. Not a bad effort at all. Give them a round of applause. Nice effort down there, Sus GMH. Seems pretty happy about it. Good job. Next one's up. The timer has started. Good amount of smoke here on the entry. Can hear the sound of our people. LS Motor on the limiter. Some more commentary, but I don't know where the car is. I can't see it from up here. Ah, look, there it is. Back around in front of the grandstands. I'm surprised the tyres are hanging in there actually. It's pitched itself around. Bit of a save there before love tap with the ball. Was that one time? Just went there. Yep. All right, all done. Making his way off. Big round of applause there for the VY. Delays here on a Sunday afternoon. Straight back into it with the next Burnout competitor tipping it in. pair of tyres. Big enthusiasm. That's probably the quickest set that we've seen so far in under a minute and a half. Oh, she's still got fire in the pipes. Or just conk out. The tyres said no more, but did the engine say no more? Oh, I think she might be done. Whoa, there's a fire under the back. Yep. Back of the car, guys. You are on fire. You are on fire at the back of the car. That's it. Yep, we'll need the truck there. Still in passenger side rear wheel arch. Driver and passenger, just move away from the car, guys. Just move away from the car. Let the fire crew do their job. All right, guys, we've got a couple more burnout cars left to go here. We've got the fire crew just getting back in position. We've got 2 more up in the lane, and then we've got the Dreamer in the wagon down here waiting patiently. A bit of a late entry, but we'll give him a chance to get a set off on the pad. Here comes the Falcon. Oh. That wheel speed up. There she goes. Upshift there on the whip around. Wasn't real happy about it. So those RPMs back up. Looks like the radiator is not too happy about proceedings here, but we've still got a tyre to go. Give him a round of applause for the Falcon there. The mighty 4-litre has survived. Right, we got the AU Ute down here about to get started. Trying to get the wheel speed happening in the back of the AU Ute. Down there, try and get some smoke. Looks like the car might have turned itself off down there. I'm not sure. Maybe the grip on the pad took it by surprise. Let's give a bit of a support, guys. They're doing their best to try and entertain you guys down there. Oh no, maybe the mighty AU has said no more. Oh, is it restarted? Is it back on? Is it off? I'm not sure. Oh, so headlights back on again. Oh, there we go. There's some life. There's some wheel speed. Yeah, no, the old AU doesn't agree with the whip. It's not a fan. We're almost out of time, Jambad. Can you get it fired back up, mate? Timeout, unfortunately, but it's all good. We get it fired up and bring it back around next time. All right, guys, we've got one more for you. We're going to bring the Dreamer VX wagon down through the burnout pad, get it turned around, and try and rip one almighty skid for you. This will be the last one for Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions here at Sydney Dragway. All right, here we go. Give it up for Dreamer, guys. Your last burnout of the day. Big tip in for the long roof. tyre. Is that 2 tyres? In about 1:15. Not a bad effort there from the Dreamer wagon. Give them a round of applause, guys. That's a great show. All right, one more round of applause for the Dreamer there, your last Burnout car of the day. So a big thank you, ladies and gentlemen, here at Sydney Dragway, and those of you watching at home on the live stream. Of course, that was Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions. Next Friday, or this coming Friday, you've got the Good Friday Burnouts, 18th of April. Pro Burnout cars, amateur Burnout cars, skids galore here at Sydney Dragway. So make sure you tune in or get on down to the track for that one. It's going to be one hell of a Burnout show. So make sure you check it all out. My name's Pat Elliott. I've been joined today by Les Binkelhorst, Adam on the production side. Bushy, of course, is always here and about. Thank you very much for joining us. And we will see you next time here at Sydney Dragway.